A low-tier dungeon streamer aristocrat unintentionally keeps streaming and accidentally beats down fellow streamers. Volume 1, by Akagi Hirataka. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, The Low-Tier Aristocrat Streamer. As usual, not only are the channel subscribers lacking, but even the concurrent viewers aren't growing. Carlin Yamada, a dungeon streamer, whispered, her words echoing in the dimness of the dungeon. To complain like this during a live stream wasn't exactly ideal, but there was no issue here, the reason being that currently, there was nobody watching this live stream. This state was commonly referred to as concurrent viewers, 0. With things like this, I'll never reach that person I've admired for so long. The merciless concurrent viewers, 0 displayed on her smartphone screen caused an indeterminate sigh to escape her lips, for what felt like the umpteenth time. The creation of dungeons, a product of fantasy, had suddenly appeared all around the world several decades ago. There seemed to have been quite a bit of chaos back then, but that was now a thing of the past. Regulations and laws had evolved, and dungeon explorers had become a respectable profession. Dungeon streaming, featuring the captivating world of dungeon exploration, had become one of the most popular genres among various types of content. At times, dungeon streaming, where lives were sometimes lost, drew criticism. However, this content genre was never regulated. Instead, it was endorsed by the government. The number of explorers acquiring mysterious powers from delving into dungeons and the production of dungeon materials directly affected a nation's power. For countries wanting to increase their pool of explorers, any presence that fueled the yearning for dungeons was warmly welcomed. This policy remained consistent even long before the emergence of streamers, with numerous creative works centered around explorers being produced under the government's guidance. Regardless of the government's support, the sudden appearance of dungeons managed to captivate many creators. Amidst this situation, as countless masterpieces continued to be born, Carlin Yamada had become enamored with a certain anime work. What particularly ignited her passion was the elegant and graceful young lady character, effortlessly defeating monsters. This aspirational figure had been the catalyst that helped Carlin, during her lonely and difficult days in elementary school, turn her gaze forward. I want to become like that too. Such a strong thought compelled Carlin to first imitate the speech patterns and attire of the admired character. She also threw herself into dungeon conquests with utmost dedication, all in the pursuit of resembling the cherished character. And then, one day, Carlin learned about dungeon streamers streaming dungeon conquests to cheer up viewers while conquering dungeons on screen. It was the closest thing to the characters she had admired on that day. This is it. She thought it was her calling. As a result, Carlin consulted with her friends and, with whatever allowance she had, acquired equipment and promptly made her debut as a streamer. However, it had been a year since the channel was created, and reality had not been as smooth as manga or anime. As an explorer, Carlin believed she had talent. After all, she was progressing through the lower levels on her own. A high school student, only 16 years old. Achieving this much was remarkable in itself. However, in inverse proportion to her talent, her channel growth was abysmal. 3 subscribers, a staggering average of 0 concurrent viewers. She was a bottom-tier streamer among bottom-tier streamers. Carlin's channel concept was elegant dungeon conquest. The goal was to elegantly and beautifully conquer dungeons, much like the characters she admired on that day. Hence, even in lower-level conquests, she took no hits. Neither her hair nor her attire bore the brunt of monster attacks as she elegantly advanced through the dungeon, fulfilling the concept of elegance. She herself felt that she was accomplishing something impressive. Nevertheless, if there were reasons why her channel was not growing at all. Viewers. Carlin's eyes widened. The concurrent viewers, 0 that she had been staring at intently had changed to 1. I am Carlin Yamada, a 16-year-old. I'm currently elegantly solo conquering the lower levels. She was determined to turn this occasional viewer into a loyal follower. Carlin introduced herself, vigorously shaking her fist as she did, avoiding every attack from the approaching monsters flawlessly. She elegantly and mercilessly dispatched every one of them. Then, comment, For the first time during today's stream, there was activity in the comments section. Again with this fake live stream vibe. Reacting to comments probably means she's just manipulating the background. If you're gonna deceive, do it better. Instead of a rare floating camera view, go for a body camera view. Another waste of time. No, it's not like that. Carlin shouted in response to the comments that were being posted in rapid succession, dripping with exasperation. Occasionally, she would be doubted by viewers like these, but this video was authentic. The camera was also a second-hand prize from a contest. Unfortunately, Carlin's words were interrupted midway. Concurrent viewers, 0. No matter what she said, it would never reach them. Carlin let out a frustrated sigh, lowering herself to a crouch right where she stood. Fake video. She had encountered these types of comments a few times before. Recent advancements in AI technology had made it easier to create highly convincing fake videos. Now, there were even those who, for the sake of boosting viewer counts or perhaps for malicious intent against dungeon streamers, would readily circulate such deceptive content during live streams. Of course, anyone could easily discern whether something was authentic or fabricated if they looked closely, but not many were inclined to meticulously scrutinize the countless fake videos, especially in this deserted stream. Or maybe Carlin looked down at the frilly dress she was wearing. Could it be that this attire is inappropriate? An elegant dress modeled after the admired character, however, due to its elegance not suiting the nature of dungeon conquests. There were times when Carlin's live stream was mistaken for a humorous fake video. To prevent revealing her identity, she would wear different clothes in relatively crowded upper and middle layers. The fact that her dress was only seen through the screen also contributed to the suspicion of fakery. If that was the case, in order to increase viewership, perhaps she needed to reconsider this elegant concept. No, that won't work. She didn't aspire to become just any popular streamer, but someone who could uplift everyone with her elegant battles, like the character she had admired on that day. Losing sight of that would render her pursuit of being a dungeon streamer meaningless. Of course, she intended to make adjustments according to circumstances and respond to viewers' needs in her channel management. However, the elegant young lady was at the core of Carlin Yamada. She couldn't simply cast aside the most recognizable symbol of that, her dress. Furthermore, there were dungeon streamers who had expanded their channels through cosplay attire. There were still improvements to be made, like focusing on captivating dungeon conquests or honing her speaking skills. It was too early to let despair get the better of her and disregard her core identity. That being said, it's been a year since I started streaming. Despite trying various things, this is the result. Carlin sighed deeply, a tinge of self-deprecation in her tone. Sigh. Maybe I'm just not cut out for this. After all, she wasn't ready to give up on her dreams just yet. However, with such little progress, moments of weakness like this would occasionally escape her. Well, I'll think about what to do next later. For now, I guess it's the end of today's stream. I'm getting hungry too. With that said, everyone, this is Carlin signing off. Sigh. Who am I even greeting? She slumped her shoulders in disappointment, gazing dishearteningly at the concurrent viewers. 0 display, offering a half-hearted farewell, a muttered soliloquy. Her attitude toward her camera and smartphone, tucked away in her bosom, was nonchalant at best. Well, there were times in the past when she was fed up with concurrent viewers, 0, and her actions became half-hearted, but everything had always been properly disconnected, and things should be fine now as well. She continued to dispatch the approaching monsters absent-mindedly while making her way back home, and it was right around the time Carlin reached an area close to the middle layers that it happened. All right, I'm about to ignite it. To all those haters who said, "There's no way you have the guts to do that, just you wait." A voice that seemed to carry a triumphant grin, a voice you could almost imagine, came from beyond the darkness of the dungeon. Chapter 2. Dropkick Hoju-sama. The man was still a considerable distance away from Carlin, muttering something towards the sturdy walls of the dungeon. Are there adventurers inconvenienced? Just who do you think I am? I am Keijo Kamisega. the one who achieved solo conquest of the lower layers at the age of 24. I'll mow down any spawn the monsters with a single blow. Unlike you all, I also consider post-cleanup after the kill. Besides, anyone who descends into the lower layers without accounting for the irregularities like the stampede of rampaging monsters is simply a fool. Well then, I'm going to blast through the dungeon walls now. His tone was mocking, belittling. However, his muttered words were not the main concern. It was the tinder the man held in his hand, and illuminated by it, a crimson-colored stone. Wait a second. Carlin, even from a distance, recognized the object clearly. It was an explosive flame stone, a rare mineral found in dungeons a few years back. It had an immense destructive power even in small quantities when ignited. However, it had a significant drawback. The explosion emitted a scent that attracted a horde of monsters and made them more aggressive, even massive creatures with tough exoskeletons. The Dungeon Bureau repeatedly warned against its usage outside of boss rooms. Even Carlin, who wasn't well versed in current events, knew how dangerous it was. And now, it seemed like the man was about to detonate one in the lower layers. Wait. Suddenly realizing the danger, Carlin's eyes widened in shock. Because, you see, she was well aware of the implications. With an explosive flame stone in hand, even a small detonation could cause massive damage. This man seemed to be completely unaware of the risk. Hey, what are you doing? Are you so thoughtless as to light an explosive flame stone in the lower layers? Do you have any idea what you're doing? She shouted in disbelief, feeling a mix of anger and concern. In the span of a moment, Carlin had rushed forward, her quick movements reminiscent of a dropkick. Especially after being criticized for her fake streams and suffering a connection drop to top it off, Carlin's frustration was evident. With barely any time to spare before ignition, she executed an unbelievably fast dropkick, knocking him away without mercy. What are you even thinking? Lighting an explosive flame stone down here? Are you brain dead? She scolded him, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt. What the hell? You? How did you sneak attack, huh? Who the hell do you think who you are doesn't matter. Uck! The man screamed again as Karen headbutted him. Perhaps sensing that his life was in danger, the man gripped his weapon in full combat readiness, shouting, "You bastard!" He attempted to brandish his weapon in defense, but Carlin was faster. "Are you still going to resist?" And another dropkick. Gah! He tried to retaliate, but Carlin's abdomen punch was faster than his attack. "How dare you do something so stupid? You're an adult, aren't you? Don't you feel sorry for your mother who gave birth to you with great suffering?" She scolded him, raining down a flurry of punches, slaps, and a knee strike. When Karen came to her senses, the man had completely passed out. "Maybe I went a bit too far." Well, this person should have at least some first aid medicine with them, so they should have used that. But, the only one they had got destroyed by my stomach punch? TCH, you're an adult explorer, but you're acting all worn out. Karen sighed as she sensed that the emergency medicine had been damaged from the man's magical power. "I guess there's no other way." "As an apology, I'll give you a little bit of the last bottle I have." After retrieving the blown-away explosive stone, Karen gives the man a sip of first aid. "Even so, I only intended to stop you normally, but you ended up passing out. If you're on a lower level, you should be able to withstand an attack like this, but you're pretty weak." Weak? And then, at that moment, having regained her composure, Karen suddenly realized a certain possibility. He seems like a very weak man. What's more, he did something crazy like setting the explosive stone on fire on the lower floor. Wait, could it be? What if he got lost in the lower layers due to some irregularity? The blood suddenly drained from Karen's entire body. Yes, that's it. Even if he was trying to cause a blaze, no one would be so foolish. Moreover, we're close to the middle layers here. This man must have wandered from the middle layers. If that's the case, then despite his reckless attempt with the explosive flame stone, he hasn't really done anything wrong. Panicking, Carlin quickly administered what little first aid she had on hand to the man, but the damage was extensive, and he showed no sign of waking up. "Oh no, I've really done it this time." Panicking, Carlin decided to leave the dungeon. She sought help from the guard at the entrance, explained the situation involving the knocked-out man, and described how she had handled the situation. Oddly enough, her story was brushed off, and she faced no repercussions for her actions. Soon, Carlin found herself in an ambulance alongside the man she had beaten. En route to the hospital, the doctors confirmed his health as disturbingly good, questioned why he was there, and even asked, "Can we use your healthy teenage girl sample for research?" She was bewildered by the diagnosis. "I don't understand." Returning home without any major issues, Carlin couldn't help but think, "It seems that everything turned out fine, despite my violent intervention. Although, I might have gone a bit overboard due to the circumstances. My composed and elegant image was shattered by my hasty actions on many occasions." Well, considering her stream had a zero audience, it didn't really matter whether she ended it or not. But regardless, she felt a sense of relief. With these thoughts in mind, Carlin peacefully fell asleep, unaware of what was truly happening. Little did she know that a storm was brewing on the internet. Who's that bratty Oju-sama? Young rising star Shadow Wolf gets destroyed? Why is she wearing a dress in the lower layers? Isn't she crazy? The man who was attempting to detonate the dungeon walls had a reputation in the community as the troublemaking streamer Shadow Wolf. His camera, miraculously still functional, captured the entire ordeal, and the nearly failed explosion of the explosive flamestone garnered thousands of concurrent viewers, leading to the rapid spread of highlight videos with millions of views. Meanwhile, Carlin's channel had also been identified due to the poorly cut stream, and the internet was ablaze with discussions. Unaware, Carlin continued to sleep soundly. However, at that moment, she was completely oblivious to the storm that was brewing. Chapter 3 Bulletin Board Discussion Part 1 Sad news, the nuisance streamer Jiro aka Shadow Wolf crosses the line. That guy's in deep trouble, isn't he? What's that jerk Jiro up to now? Well, he's trying to do something. He's live streaming himself using explosive flamestones to blow up the walls in the lower dungeon levels. Huh? Explosive flamestones, the ones with crazy power but emit a scent that attracts monsters and makes them aggressive? Yeah, those ones. The ones the country issued a warning about. Wasn't there severe punishment if you used them outside boss rooms? No, right now it's just a warning. The penalties haven't been officially set yet. It's like before they establish the legal framework. It's absurd, no matter how few people are in the lower levels. He's seriously gone too far this time. Maybe he'll finally get arrested? No way, it's not officially illegal yet, and though it's ethically wrong, he's still okay. An example of legislation not keeping up with dungeon materials. Even though new materials are rare these days, legislation takes time. That Jiro is cunning in a twisted way like that. He's been creating escape routes in his previous flame-up videos too. He's one of the top young explorers, so there's almost no one who can stop him by force. Belonging to the Black Tigers clan is a big deal. Advising the Dungeon Bureau and having both political and strength power, he's among the top 1 or 2 in the country. No doubt he'll escape consequences this time too. Because of things like this, they call us a dungeon underdeveloped country. Those idiots subscribing to Jiro's channel are equally guilty. Especially those who throw super chat to encourage his nuisance behavior. What kind of mindset is that? But well, this time his subscriber count has dropped significantly, so he's resorting to extreme measures. In the end, he's the one at fault. He's probably feeling the pressure as Light Princess's subscriber count is rapidly surpassing his. A beautiful streamer, much younger, promising future, and provides beginner-friendly dungeon strategy explanations. There's no way for him to win against her. An adult man jealous of a high school girl. Seriously? If his subscriber count goes up, he gets arrogant. If it drops, he throws a tantrum and does more extreme things. What can you do with that jerk? In the end, it means those with power can do whatever they want in various ways. It's sickening. For now, I'll save streaming footage as evidence in case something happens. Well, that's about all we can do right now, though it's annoying that it counts towards their viewer numbers. There's no choice. Urgent news, Shadow Wolf suddenly defeated by mysterious delinquent lady? Question mark. I don't get it, though. Jiro's cutout from the live stream is going viral. It's serious. LOL, that's hilarious. Couldn't hold back during the part about the lady's mother hurting herself giving birth. There's just too much information. The views on the cutouts are crazy high. It's hilarious. Hold on. Isn't this a fake video? With the advancement of AI, deepfakes are pretty accurate. There are even cases where they use real-time deepfakes in streams. Deepfake videos have some telltale signs, so they're relatively easy to identify. There are tools to diagnose fakes. Test it out. This video is real, by the way. I doubted the tool's accuracy, so I tried various versions. Even though Jiro, who could defeat anyone in a one-on-one fight, at 16, was mercilessly beaten. This is unbelievable. Well, it was a surprise attack after all. 200 morning, Jiro. Making excuses just makes you look bad. All she did was sneak up on him and she's already a monster. Actually, the surprise attack was only the first strike. Jiro was trying to fight back from midway onwards, but he couldn't do anything and got trounced. You can see it's too fast to follow, but Jiro had his weapon drawn. Haha, the food looks so good. Wait, isn't this just too much? Even if they're falling in subscriber numbers, Jiro wouldn't resort to staging something so fake, right? No matter how much his channel's going downhill, there's no way Jiro would stoop to faking this. That's definitely true. Then is this mysterious delinquent lady for real? Is she really a wild delinquent lady? She's crazy. Could she be a new type of monster? Well, she's saying normal things. This lady. The first part was the most decent. The sequence of her first speed drop kick followed by a backhand slap and an abdominal punch with a knee kick to Jiro's side was the weird part. Well, but still, even though her preaching was mostly accurate, she doesn't treat Jiro as a worthy opponent, and her statements are kind of off sometimes. And in the end, she treats Jiro like a lost child. Haha. But wait a second, why is this delinquent lady wearing a frilly dress in the dungeon? By the way, the encounter between Shadow Wolf and the lady happened in the lower layers. Huh? But the lower layers are for forming parties, not a party venue, right? Trembling voice. To be fair, the lower layers were a dangerous territory where even elite military units fled during the early dungeon appearances. Now that you mention it, there was a rumor a few years back about a girl in a dress with a bat in the middle layer of Shinjuku dungeon. A new kind of paranormal. Well, speaking of all that, is this lady even real? Seriously. Hey, everyone. There's apparently a mysterious delinquent ladies streaming channel that's been found. A streamer? It's called Naturally Born Lady, Carlin Yamada's Graceful Dungeon Strategy. Here's the channel URL. Are you serious? Huh? A high school girl? 16? Solo strategy only? It's already way past 1,000 subscribers, so no one's going to believe me. But when I found it, she only had like 3 subscribers. So, this top-tier Jiro Annihilator, 16 years old, has been buried for over a year? This really is a dungeon underdeveloped country. Wait, this lady isn't even attacking monsters in a dress? Isn't this old news? Fake videos or something? No, this is for real. Second time. Cringe. A physically abnormal person who thinks they're a lady born into privilege. This is how you defeat Jiro. The way she casually defeated Jiro is just hilarious. Is this person just an individual? The dress feels oddly corporate. True, there are even cosplay streamer groups that are like corporate teams. So, is this a big talent agency's work? It's way too polished to be genuine. Total newbie move. Those idol selling guys focus on upper layers, and those costumes are practical. They're actual equipment made for mobility. No one wears a dress. That's just silly. And, repeating what's been said, the lady appeared in the hardcore lower layers. Isn't this a new kind of supernatural entity? Come to think of it, both the lady and Jiro's streams have intended, right? They're both pitch black on screen, only audio is on. Though both Jiro and the lady are getting thrashed in total darkness, huh? But seriously, we're about to hit 1,000 posts. I'll start a new thread. Thanks. There's been a bunch of threads, so don't forget the link. Chapter 4 Bulletin Board, Part 2, Natural Born, Spoiled Princess Gangsters General Thread 3, I'm a Princess. 122 Threads everywhere are getting consumed so quickly, hilarious. 123 With all these threads popping up, the speed is insane. 124 Well, with such shocking footage being broadcasted. 125 Come to think of it, Keijo broadcasting equipment seems to have malfunctioned midway, only picking up audio. 126 Actually, it's a miracle that they're still moving after taking the impact of that missile dropkick and gut punch. 127 They're probably using somewhat high-end equipment. 128 It seems like Oju-sama forgot to turn off the camera and now there's only audio. On Keijo-kami's side, there's a possibility the camera part is hidden, carried by Oju-sama. 129 Is Oju-sama carrying Jiro and escaping from the dungeon right now? Even just hearing her say I've done it here and there in the audio is quite entertaining, lol. 130 Huh? Is Oju-sama not talking? Did Jiro wake up? 131 Wait, didn't Oju-sama have a conversation with the guard at the dungeon entrance? The audio is a bit hard to pick up. 132 Huh? Hasn't Oju-sama already left the dungeon? 133 Escaped too quickly, this is hilarious. What's going on? 134 Isn't Jiro carrying an adult man? 135 Even if adventurers have above-average physical abilities, this is 136 The theory that Jiro's weight is equivalent to Kitty-chan's weight. 137 With that villainous face, having the weight of 3 apples is hilarious. 138 Oju-sama seems to be honestly explaining everything to the guard. 139 The guard probably doesn't believe a word of Oju-sama's story, lol. 140 They probably think that Jiro encountered some kind of irregularity and saved Oju-sama in a mutual defeat, lol. 141 Even the guards know that Jiro wouldn't do something like that, haha. Get to work. 142 So, do you believe that the Oju-sama in the dress single-handedly beat up Jiro and brought him from the lower levels of the dungeon, or that Jiro saved a girl? 143 My bad. 144 Absolutely right. 145 Impressive for apologizing properly. 146 It's so funny how Oju-sama is being honest, but people think she's been hit by an irregularity and is in confusion, lol. 147 Well, if a girl in a dress covered in bruises and carrying a beaten-up high-level adventurer comes out of the dungeon and starts saying things that make no sense. 148 At the point she comes out of the dungeon in a dress, she's definitely not in her right mind. 149 Not just Jiro, but they've probably called an ambulance for Oju-sama too. This is really hilarious. 150 Well, even if she's not injured, she probably needs treatment for her head if she changed into a dress inside the dungeon. 151 That makes sense. 152 Still, it's so funny to see Oju-sama being treated dismissively even though she's being honest. The guard's response is like dealing with a drunk passenger or a station attendant, lol. 153 The guards probably couldn't have even dreamed that the girl in front of them would seriously beat up and kill Jiro. 154 The trust issues here are strong. 155 Guards gonna be shocked when they check the internet later, lol. 156 Oh, spoiled princess gangster is trending at the top on Twitter right now. 157 Seriously. 158 Hilarious. 159 Vomiting Jiro who gave birth in pain at 5th place on the trends is cheating. Seriously, lol. 160 Is it coming from the top or the bottom? Make it clear. 161 The video clip of Jiro getting lectured and beaten up is already at 1 million views in no time. This is a huge grassland. 162 Even though it's golden time posting, it's still too fast, lol. 163 How much do people hate that guy? Seriously, lol. 164. Jiro died a million times, lol. 165. This is gonna hit 2 million views in no time, lol. 166. There are way too many people like me, spreading Jiro's humiliation and going viral, lol. 167. In any case, looking back at the video calmly, it's really hard to believe that Jiro is getting beaten up. This is like a minor horror video, deadpan. 168. Seriously, how was this monster Oju-sama buried? 169. Maybe the big clan or agency that was surrounding Oju-sama in preparation for her dramatic debut today did something to prevent the channel from growing. Conspiracy theory. 170. Even though it's denied in other threads and even here, I guess there are still a lot of people who are half in doubt. 171. Well, it's so absurd that both the festival atmosphere and paranoia are swirling around everywhere, lol. 172. To be honest, I'm the one who can't mock the guards' poor handling by even a millimeter. 173. Still, it's hard to believe that a high school girl like Jiro, who got buried, was forgotten. 174. Not only in other threads, but even in this thread, there are still a lot of people who are half in doubt. 175. The event is too outrageous that both festival excitement and suspicions are swirling around chaotically, lol. 176. Frankly, I'm the one who can't make fun of the guards' careless handling even by a millimeter. 177. This paranoia is actually accelerating the discussion and making it even more exciting. 178. Oh, looks like Keijo Kami's stream ended. 179. Oju-sama's stream too, it seems. Did it cut off due to low battery or something? 180. In that case, we'll have to wait for future streams to confirm the truth. 181. Exactly. 182. Looking forward to it. 183. Seems like I can do well at work tomorrow. 184. I'll probably get a good night's sleep for once too. Thanks. Dungeon passing spoiled Princess Jiro. Chapter 5 Awakening and Buzz. Completely overslept. Whoa. For some reason, along with confused Flame Rookman, Carlin Yamada found herself being dumped into a hospital and then sent home with a clean bill of health the next morning. Jumping out of bed, Carlin hurriedly prepared herself for the day. Why didn't my alarm go off? Wait, my smartphone is dead? I charged it. But why? Oh, come to think of it, when I was carrying that confused guy around, my smartphone was so noisy, and I yelled, "I don't have time for that," and turned it off, and it was probably like that. Yesterday, she had been panicking due to beating up a fellow explorer, and for some reason, she ended up being examined at the hospital. After eating and taking a bath, she fell asleep right away without even touching her smartphone. Because of that, her phone remained turned off, which led to her oversleeping this morning. This is so embarrassing. By the way, why was my phone making so much noise yesterday? Well, it's probably just spam emails or advertisements for dungeon exploration gear. Being a registered dungeon explorer meant receiving endless promotional emails that couldn't be blocked, which was quite annoying. Even if she couldn't afford to buy those things. As she adjusted her hair into her Oju-sama style, Carlin absent-mindedly checked her smartphone's power and turned it on. Beep 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 beep. Huh? A call from Maifu this early in the morning. Why? As soon as her smartphone turned on, it started ringing, and seeing her childhood friend and classmate Maifu Sasaki's name displayed on the screen, Carlin couldn't help but pause. While normally dry and composed, Maifu's voice sounded surprisingly cheerful. Hey, Carlin. You finally picked up. You're making quite a stir, you know. I mean, we'll see each other at school anyway, but I was so surprised that I just had to call. Congratulations. Huh? What are you talking about? Despite her confusion, Carlin tilted her head, and Maifu seemed just as bewildered as she was, saying, Huh? Wait a second. Your phone's been off, so you don't know what's happening to you right now? You haven't been checking the internet since yesterday? I've been through a few things. I fell asleep right after I got back from the dungeon. That makes sense. I've been checking your Twitter and stuff, so I kinda thought something was off. Well, I guess that's why you haven't been calling me. Wait, what's going on? Instead of explaining, why don't you check your home screen first? What's really going on? With Maifu's playful tone, Carlin began to feel a sense of unease. She followed her friend's suggestion and displayed her smartphone's home screen. Instantly, Carlin couldn't believe her eyes. 1,024 people, including 20, have started following you. 500 people have liked your tweets, including you. 2,543 people have started following you, including ZZ. 1,589 people have started following you, including AA. Notifications like these were lined up one after the other, and the unbelievable part was that they were still increasing. Maifu, is Twitter broken? It's not broken. Look at your account. With a mischievous tone, Maifu's voice came through the phone. Following her words, Carlin checked her dungeon streaming Twitter account with trepidation. Followers, 302,000. It was a staggering number. That can't be real, can it? Yeah, it's real. Check the trends. You're number 1 right now. Seriously? Carlin was dumbfounded. Trending at number 1, Carlin Yamada, 100,000 tweets. Her name was prominently displayed at the top of the morning trends, along with an unbelievable number of tweets. Additionally, related terms like justice punishing Oju-sama, one punching Shadow Wolf, and dressed in the lower floors were all trending. Furthermore, channel subscribers, 400,000. It was a number that far exceeded Carlin's expectations. Her channel, which had only 3 subscribers yesterday, had suddenly skyrocketed to the upper echelon of mid-tier dungeon streamers, and that number was still growing by the hundreds and thousands every time she refreshed the page. Feeling like she was caught in a tsunami while searching for water in the desert, Carlin's mind struggled to keep up. It didn't feel real. She couldn't help but suspect it was a dream or some sort of prank. But then, sure, I thought I was imagining things when I first saw it too. But just accept it and be happy. Your hard work has finally paid off and is getting recognized by everyone. Maifu. Hearing her friend's comforting words, warmth filled Carlin's heart. That's right. While she was still trying to wrap her head around the situation, as Maifu said, her streams that had been unnoticed for so long were finally receiving attention. Although she couldn't wholeheartedly rejoice due to the circumstances surrounding that infamous streamer, it was still an achievement worth celebrating. And so, still slightly bewildered by the unprecedented situation, she thought about it for a moment. Just when she was contemplating whether it was okay to be happy about this more than she thought, her eyes caught a worrisome keyword in the trending list. Delinquent Oju-sama. What is this? In an instant, the memory of Maifu's words came to her. The entire incident from yesterday was live-streamed. Feeling a sense of impending dread, Carlin tapped on the keyword and watched the video at the top of the list. What the hell do you think you're doing? Yumaru-un, I'm sorry to my mother who gave birth to me with such pain. TCH. And you call yourself an adult explorer? What played before her was a short video compilation of Carlin's less than elegant words, and it seemed like it had been thoroughly shared with Shadow Wolf's sound defeat. Not only that, but related videos with hundreds of thousands of views had also sprung up overnight, creating a nightmarish scene. Carlin couldn't help but scream in horror. Chapter 6 Future Plans. Maifu, what in the world is this? Oh, the delinquent princess video. I burst out laughing too. Well, no wonder it went viral. No wonder it went viral. Seriously? After collapsing in shock upon seeing the unfortunate state of her viral video on the internet, Carlin quickly regained consciousness due to the unique regenerative ability of explorers. She rushed to school with lightning speed, making up for her oversleeping. Despite her hair being black, unlike in the streaming video, she attracted curious glances from those around her. She hid her face behind her bag while entering the classroom before the HR class started. It was an ordinary public school located in Tokyo. Sitting in the corner of the classroom was Maifu Sasaki. She was a beautiful girl with glossy black hair that had been neatly cut around her shoulders. Though her distant and almost icy demeanor could be compared to that of ice, Carlin approached her without hesitation. Breaking into a smile, Carlin pointed her smartphone, which displayed the current status of her widely shared delinquent princess moves, at Maifu, seeking her comfort. How on earth can I fix this? It's impossible. Well, don't give up. Once an image or video is out on the internet, it's irretrievable, and especially with a video that's gone this viral. Attempting to delete it might even make it spread more, not to mention it might be impossible to delete it in the first place. Why did it come to this? I just got flustered because of the emergency situation. As Carlin looked down at her smartphone, she noticed that the views on her videos were increasing rapidly. Even on a weekday, the one with the highest number of views had already surpassed 4 million, and the term delinquent princess was still trending. The name Yamada Carlin and her content of taking down troublesome streamers were still expanding. But now, along with the wrong impression of being a delinquent, hey, Yamada, your hair color might be different, but the delinquent princess video is definitely yours, right? I always thought you were a weird one, but this is something else. It's amazing. Hey, Carlin-chan, can you scold me a bit too? Enough already. This is not the time for that. Carlin promptly shut down the words of her classmates that had started to buzz around her. The dishonorable title of delinquent princess had already invaded reality. Although she had kept her identity as a dungeon explorer separate from her content of sympathetically voting on videos within her circle of acquaintances, it had now been revealed in the worst way possible. Is this the cost of going viral? As the students' words stirred up around her, Carlin clutched her head. While she was starting to come to terms with the sudden viral sensation and the influx of subscribers that came with it, as time passed and she thought more calmly, various anxieties began to well up within her. She knew that regardless of the extenuating circumstances, the fact remained that she had physically attacked another content creator in the dungeon. Though she hadn't received any admonishment from the guards, and despite her putting a stop to the reckless explosion of firestones, she understood that the moment it spread beyond their circle, it could be the end of her reputation in the wider society, especially in the online world where things could easily escalate. Facing the pressure of her first ever viral incident, a wave of unsettling premonitions washed over her. However, it's all right, Maifu's calm words dispelled Carlin's unease. These kinds of troubles usually devolve into endless debates about whether something happened or not. But this time there's actual video evidence, and it's all there, captured by the camera of the Shadow Wolf. It's a clear 10-0 situation, where they're clearly at fault. Even if it were to go to court, it's practically a case where the defense lawyer on the Shadow Wolf side would advise them to give up arguing. It's a dashcam case where even the most stubborn contrarian won't gain any traction. Besides, it seems like that Shadow Wolf guy was already quite disliked, so the internet is just full of praise for you. Even if there are some misguided defenders, their voices will be drowned out. Ah, really? Looking at the tweets displayed on Maifu's phone, Carlin's expression brightened up. The reactions on the internet that Maifu had shown her were just a small fraction of the whole. There might have been controversies brewing elsewhere, but for now, she found solace in Maifu's words. Although Maifu typically exuded a low-energy aura, her words were always precise and had consistently helped Carlin throughout their time together. If Maifu was saying it was all right, then Carlin could feel reassured. In that case, the issue of backlash is no longer a concern. What you should be focusing on now is what to do next, right? Maifu raised a finger, pointing it at Carlin, whose color was returning to her face. The people gathering now are just jumping on the temporary commotion. They're not your fans yet. You need to turn these rubbernecking viewers into your fans while they're still paying attention. You need to work hard. If you let your guard down here, you'll be back to square one in no time. Why yeah, that's true. Even without a deep understanding of the intricacies of the internet, Carlin grasped this much. Chapter 7 Live Streaming Chat Part 1. Is that fake? The analysis thread of the gangster lady. No, it's not. Passerby 678. Hey, everyone. The aristocratic lady's live stream announcement is here. Elegant Carlin Yamada's graceful chit-chat live stream refined. URL, starting at 1830. 679. They're really pushing the aristocratic elements in the title, lol. 670, aristocratic, solemnly. 671, refined, pressure. 672, I bet the gangster aristocrat is keeping an eye on the trend, lol. 673, hilarious. 674, it's cheating to be interesting just with the stream title, haha. 675, this is something to look forward to. 676, not the time for assignments, although I declared boldly in the dead of winter. When it actually comes to it, I'm a mess of nerves. Seriously, I'm trembling. After school, Carlin, having finished preparing for the stream, sits in front of her computer, taking deep breaths repeatedly. However, no matter how hard she tries to calm herself, her heartbeat feels like it's about to burst out of her chest, and her sweaty palms won't stop. Without a doubt, she's more nervous than when she first entered a dungeon. Even though she's sitting in front of her computer, she can't even properly see the streaming preparation screen. Well, everything should be ready. I have notes on what to talk about, the same dress and hair color as during dungeon conquests, and also the arrangement of furniture. Maybe I should shift that one a little more for added elegance. Carlin glances back at the room and readjusts the positioning of the aristocratic-looking furniture she had gathered for the day she would live stream for a larger audience at home. They are handmade items with almost zero cost due to certain reasons. Since they're likely never going to be seen by anyone other than her, except for Maifu, she's quite particular about their arrangement. This is already the 10th time she's rearranged them. Nevertheless, being so meticulous wasn't entirely unreasonable. There seems to be more subscribers than this morning, and I think the preparations are thorough enough. I mean, there's probably around 1,000. No, maybe 3,000 people tuning in. Wait, it's getting late. Certainly, being late for her first live stream after going viral would be unforgivable. She can't keep fussing over furniture arrangements and hair styling. Oh, okay. I'm ready. As long as I speak as I've imagined. Clicking the start stream button, she musters the courage to begin. Excuse me, everyone. It's time for Lady Carlin Yamada's elegant chit-chat live stream. She delivers the lines she's rehearsed in her mind for so long with grace. And then, suddenly, here it comes. We've been waiting since the announcement. Seriously, it's exactly the same as that video with the aristocratic lady. Nice to meet you. Came here from that video. We were waiting. Lady, the noble gangster lady. Justice's gangster lady. Whoa? In response to the rapid flood of comments, a strange cry escapes Carlin's lips. Hilarious. Ha ha ha. You made a voice you're not supposed to make as a lady. Ha ha ha. Lady, you're being indecent. Lost that grand entrance from the beginning. Ha ha. This is the beginning. Just like that video. Wait. What is this? What's happening? Is this a spam tool? Amidst the overwhelming response, Carlin's mind goes blank. Though, precisely speaking, she can read every comment that's displayed thanks to her enhanced dynamic vision and accelerated cognitive processing. But there are just too many comments to keep up with. What? In just this 1 second, there are more comments than the total accumulated over a year of streaming? But it's not just that which is abnormal. Wait, there are already 10,000 concurrent viewers? Even though the stream just started, the number displayed makes Carlin genuinely suspect some sort of glitch. Yet, her eyes widen further as the number continues to rise, refusing to stop. The only thing frozen is Carlin herself, astonished by the magnitude. No, this can't go on. It'll turn into a broadcasting disaster. First, let's greet them properly and keep the momentum going. Once again. Since most of you are newcomers, let me introduce myself again. I am Carlin Yamada, the aristocratic dungeon explorer who focuses mainly on elegant dungeon conquest live streams. Her voice is shaking so much. Lol. Where's that dignified lady from the start? Lady, you sounded like you weren't supposed to when you said whoa. www. You got your name wrong. Lol. She's way too nervous. Ha ha ha. Chill out. Seriously, already crossing 10,000 concurrent viewers in a matter of seconds. Congrats. Even after a day, you're still trending. Naturally, The high schooler who obliterated the Shadow Wolf just as in that video. How could it not get popular? Cheers. Suddenly, wait, it's already at 30,000 concurrent viewers? Congratulations. It's only been about 10 minutes since the start. The momentum is incredible. Naturally, you're still trending even now. It's a given. You took down the top-ranked youngster, the Shadow Wolf. Just like in the video. There's no reason for it not to grow. Cheers to you. How far is this going? As Lady Carlin receives the well wishes of her viewers, she can't help but be overwhelmed by the continuously increasing number of concurrent viewers. Chapter 8 Casual Streaming, Part 2. And, with that, I have shared various updates about the recent commotion. So, even though the circumstances weren't exactly favorable, I'm here to provide some explanations. Well, despite the somewhat unfavorable circumstances, it's thanks to all of you coming here that I've had the opportunity to connect with so many people. From here on, I'll be answering various questions to let you all get to know me better. After a brief moment of astonishment upon reaching over 30,000 concurrent viewers, Carlin had regained her composure and smoothly transitioned to the next segment of her streaming session. The surreal numbers had taken a while to sink in, and the discussion about her alter ego, Shadow Wolf, had concluded. Carlin was now preparing to address her audience with a renewed sense of confidence. It seems that various misconceptions about me have spread to ensure that the true elegant and refined Yamada Carlin is known. I'll do my best to answer as many questions as possible. Are you not ashamed of troubling your dear mother, who suffered in childbirth for you? You're quite shameless for an adult explorer, aren't you? Oh no, I messed up. What are you doing? Seriously? Hey, wait, please forget about that already. And besides, anyone would react like that if they encountered someone trying to detonate flamestones in the lower levels. I suppose that's true. People's true nature tends to show during emergencies. Even during emergencies, you don't often hear people mentioning the child born through painful labor. Maybe it's a breech birth? Haha, hilarious. Haha, hilarious. It's like a pun, isn't it? I'll be answering the questions now. To break the momentum of the enigmatic comment flow, Carlin shifted her attention to the comments section. Is it true that you, as a young lady, venture into dungeons dressed in formal wear? Oh, this one is interesting. Carlin picked up a question that caught her eye. It was a question that delved into the core of Carlin's identity as a young lady streamer. This is probably the most common question. Yes, I think this one captures everyone's curiosity. Well then, here's the answer. Am I really exploring dungeons in a dress? It's the most burning question. That's right, I came to watch the stream to find this out. Yeah, I was more curious about this than whether she really defeated the vomiting monstrosity. It's a real dress, isn't it? Is it the same one you're wearing now? The comments suddenly shifted their focus, showing a marked change from the previous playful tone. The spotlight was firmly on the question of whether Carlin was truly exploring dungeons while wearing a dress. With confidence, Carlin replied to this attention-grabbing question, fully aware of the commenter's curiosity. Of course, it's a genuine dress. Especially during my broadcasts, I always explore the lower levels of the dungeon while wearing this outfit. Are you serious? Is that really true? Come on. You're not actually serious? It's harder to believe than defeating the vomiting monstrosity. Well, even if you analyze the videos countless times, it's clear that it's real. It's even more shocking to hear it directly from Lady Carlin. It's a magical equipment, right? Right? It is to be, right? No sane company would approve a cumbersome outfit for dungeon exploration. Even if it were transferable, making it a dress is just crazy. Why did you even think of exploring dungeons in a dress? Carlin's response triggered a rapid surge of comments. The audience was now intensely focused on this aspect of her character, and the playful atmosphere from earlier had completely transformed. The comments were now filled with curiosity and disbelief regarding the concept of a dungeon explorer in a dress. Carlin, maintaining her composure, continued to address the comments. Oh, wait. This is getting a bit strange. Noticing the rapid and somewhat overwhelming stream of comments, Carlin became somewhat bewildered. She felt that the image she was trying to convey, one of elegance and refinement, was starting to crumble under the weight of the conversation. Let's move on to the next question. To regain control of the situation, Carlin quickly shifted her attention to another question. Speaking of which, do you use any weapons? Do you have any other favorite characters or scenes from Dungeon Alive besides Setsuna-sama? Could you insult the viewers on the other side of the screen? Do you plan to join a clan of explorers? Do you have any plans for dungeon exploration? From these various questions, Carlin selected one that would make a fitting conclusion. Speaking of dungeon exploration, I plan to resume exploring tomorrow. Based on the comments, there still seem to be many who are skeptical about my dungeon conquests. I'll show you an elegant exploration scene to dispel those doubts. The comments exploded in excitement once again. With the decision to showcase her dungeon exploration skills the next day, Carlin's strategic approach had clearly paid off. The exploration may have seemed unbelievable due to the dress, but I'll make sure to demonstrate my abilities by defeating formidable foes, including the vomiting monstrosity. Welcome back, Carlin. Thank you for streaming so promptly. I better be ready for overtime tomorrow to catch your exploration. Yesterday, the screen went black halfway through, so I'm excited to watch your dungeon conquests. We may still be skeptical about the dress thing, but we're really looking forward to seeing your true strength. I can't believe you're really exploring dungeons in a dress. I guess I'll have to subscribe and turn on notifications. Don't want to miss this. I'll follow you on social media too. Can't afford to miss anything. I'm getting serious welcome back vibes here. Looking forward to your dungeon exploration tomorrow. With the comments showing enthusiastic support and excitement, Carlin realized the value of addressing her viewers' doubts directly. The engagement had been high, and it was crucial to leverage this momentum for her true forte, dungeon exploration. That's it for today. I'll end it here. See you all tomorrow for the dungeon exploration live stream. If you don't want to miss it, please consider subscribing to the channel and enabling notifications. Thank you all so much for joining me today. This is Carlin signing off. Good job, Carlin. Great job, Carlin. Thank you, Carlin. See you tomorrow. Phew, I'm exhausted. As the stream ended and Carlin confirmed the broadcast had indeed concluded, she released a heavy sigh. The tension that had been built up throughout the stream finally dissipated, and she could feel her body relaxing. However, as she was about to turn off the lights, she couldn't help but reflect. Even though this might be a fleeting trend, the comments showing appreciation for my greetings make me so happy. Looking at the various "great job, Carlin" comments in the chat, Carlin found herself smiling naturally. She turned off the lights, prepared herself for tomorrow's exploration, and headed to bed, ensuring she wasn't too fatigued. Well, it seems that even though this might not be the most glamorous phase of my life, it's certainly a meaningful one. With these thoughts, she drifted off to sleep, looking forward to the exciting day ahead. Chapter 9 Elegant Dungeon Raid live stream begins. Alright, here we go. The day after the casual chat stream. After school. As soon as school ended, Carlin arrived at a dungeon in Tokyo and, having finished her streaming preparations, she took multiple deep breaths in anticipation. With no need to worry much about revealing her identity anymore, her hair color had already changed, and she was now dressed in a flashy dress. Above her head, a second-hand floating camera she had won in a contest was capturing her every move perfectly. All that was left was to tap the Start Stream button displayed on her smartphone, and the stream would begin at any moment. However, that first step was proving harder to take than expected. While I got somewhat used to speaking in front of a large audience during the home stream yesterday, when it comes to the main event of dungeon raiding, the nerves are still there, Carlin admitted. Perhaps she was even more nervous than she was yesterday. After all, the naturally born young lady Carlin Yamada's Elegant Dungeon Raid channel's main content was, as the name suggests, dungeon raiding. Whether the viewers who had gathered due to her temporary popularity would become dedicated fans depended on today's stream. If she were to struggle embarrassingly during the raid and be exposed, there was a high likelihood that comments would label her previous achievements as staged or fake. Moreover, channel subscribers, 500,000. Carlin swallowed audibly at the surreal number displayed on her smartphone. After concluding the casual chat stream yesterday, her channel's subscriber count had grown even more. Words like dungeon alive and negative influence of anime seem to have buzzed around as memes, drawing even more people to Carlin's channel. Considering that the home stream struggled to reach 50,000 concurrent viewers, she could anticipate a considerable audience for today's stream. Her future as a streamer was riding on how elegantly she could present her dungeon raid to them. This thought alone was causing sweat to bead on her forehead even before the stream began. However, I can't hesitate forever. I'll tweet about starting the stream on social media and then, here we go. Carlin said, trying to bolster her resolve. With the same feelings as when she first stepped into a dungeon boss room, Carlin began the stream. In an instant. Was waiting right after work. She's Harry got a notification. Saw the announcement. We're looking forward to it. Show us the power that took down the vomiting monstrosity. Wait, what? The comments flooded in with astonishing speed from the start. Consequently, the viewer count soared rapidly, outpacing yesterday's home stream and climbing at an unprecedented pace. Ah! Carlin exclaimed. Within moments, the viewer count had exceeded 10,000. Struggling to hold back a less than elegant reaction to the viewer count that far exceeded her expectations, Carlin continued to greet her audience with determination. Today, just as I announced yesterday, I'll be delivering the refined spectacle of my dungeon raid. Thank you for joining me, she addressed her viewers. Lady Carlin seems nervous again. Lol. Given all the commotion about the vomiting monstrosity, you're seriously pushing through at this pace. Respect. This is what they call youthful enthusiasm. Huh. Various adventurer clans are apparently keeping an eye on this, so do your best. Wait, is she really wearing a dress? This dress is a true homage to Setsuna-sama, isn't it? It looks like a hand bra, but what weapon are you using? How far are you planning to progress? Well, I'm using my fists as my weapon. And as for today's goal, as always, I'm aiming for the deepest level of the dungeon. Fists alone, lol, was already expected after that video of taking down the vomiting monstrosity. But seriously, just bare hands? Well, considering the strength displayed by repelling the vomit, maybe she doesn't need a weapon. A young lady using knuckle style is seriously strong, isn't it? Going for the deepest level? Are you serious? A high school girl in a dress, solo raiding the lower levels without a weapon. This is definitely going to trend again. As always, like that's normal. Wait, is this camera also a floating camera? Oh, you're right. As expected of the young lady, she's got top-notch equipment. Regarding this camera, I want to clarify right now that, as I mentioned earlier, I lucked out and won this floating camera as a second-hand prize at raffle. Oh, so lucky. Floating cameras are usually high-end magical equipment from Gacha draws. Oh, seriously? It's crazy lucky, huh? Considering even the Shadow Wolf doesn't have one, isn't even a second-hand one impressive? That person's equipment is mostly just leftover gear from when she started, so no wonder she hasn't updated. And floating cameras usually come in premium versions that use a lot of magic. Oh, right, you won it at a raffle your friend invited you to, didn't you? Yes. At that time, I was practically jumping for joy. Well, even if I were to upgrade my camera, it wouldn't have made a difference to the viewership. Carlin reminisced about her days of existential dread and lowered her voice. Oh, and I want to clarify about the equipment, just to avoid any misunderstandings. I want to mention up front that this floating camera was just a stroke of luck, won as a second-hand prize. So, you see, I'm actually quite tight on funds, and the rest of my equipment is rather subpar. I don't have peripherals like gadgets that read out comments or display them in my view, so I'll be checking the comments from my smartphone fixed to my arm. There's a chance I might miss some comments, so I hope you'll understand. Lady with no money even though she's from a wealthy background, lol. Considering you only admired the young lady character after yesterday's stream, this was bound to happen. So, what about that luxurious room from yesterday? The investigation team can't find that brand anywhere, so suspicions of it being handmade are rising. Handmade? Even a cardboard cutout of a young lady from a wealthy family, lol. Could it be, Carlin? Young lady, you're actually struggling as a student? Well, students can't really convert dungeon materials into money. So, it's no surprise your equipment isn't the best. A floating camera alone is more than enough. Carlin-sama, you need to monetize quickly. Amidst the lively chatter of her viewers, Carlin continued her stream. Of course. Fortunately, I've reached the monetization threshold, so I'm currently in the process of applying. Wait, we have 30,000 concurrent viewers? A fleeting glance at the viewer count caused Carlin to let out a surprised gasp. Despite just beginning her stream and only chatting for a short while, the concurrent viewers had continued to rise. Congratulations. Wow, the momentum is amazing. Seriously. Yesterday's home stream was quite shocking, so it's no wonder you're getting attention, haha. Well, this sudden turn is quite something. Seriously nervous here. Let me catch my breath a bit before starting the raid. With those words, Carlin reached into her dress and took out a water bottle and a teacup in a somewhat deliberately mannered fashion. It was the outdoor tea set she had prepared since yesterday. Pouring steaming Darjeeling tea into the pristine white teacup, she raised it to her lips and took a sip, as if to ease her tension. Kind of sudden, haha. Princess taking a sip of tea in nervousness is adorable, haha. Bringing a teacup and a water bottle into a dungeon, hilarious. Is this a school field trip or what? Haha. Could this be a setup? Haha. Respect for Setsuna-sama, I suppose. Your commitment to your character is so thorough. I've really grown to like you. Carlin-sama, you're even starting your dungeon raid with a tea time, regardless of the viewer count. Haha. You're like a mirror to content creators who never miss a chance for a joke. Starting the stream right after going viral. You're all fired up, huh? It seemed that Carlin's slightly exaggerated performance was received with warmth, as positive comments flowed in. However, phew. I think most of the people have gathered by now, so let's get started with the dungeon raid, Carlin declared. As she stepped into the dimly lit dungeon corridor, the comments section started to buzz. Wait, princess? Starting the raid is fine, but can you do it while holding the teacup? It's still full of tea and herbs. Forgetfulness resulting in a half-empty teacup. That's hilarious. She's way too nervous, haha. She's absent-mindedly adorable. Huh? No. No. It's not absent-mindedness. I fully intend to progress through the dungeon while elegantly sipping my tea. Huh? What did you just say? Something might be wrong with the computer. Maybe? It's probably Carlin-sama who's acting strange. A perplexed flurry of comments filled the section. However, without paying much attention to them, Carlin continued moving forward in the dungeon with the cup in her hand. Setsuna-sama from Dungeon Alive always had her dress and tea by her side. She elegantly advanced through the dungeon without spilling a drop. So, as someone aiming to be a young lady content creator like Setsuna-sama, this is only natural for me. Wait a second. I'm dying of laughter. Wait, is this a joke? Is this girl really serious? Is your respect for Setsuna-sama that genuine? Your dedication to recreating the original work is truly amazing. But, recreating the original work is fine, but isn't this not what you do in a dungeon? Even if you're going for originality, going as far as to bring tea into a dungeon raid is beyond crazy. Well, she might be going all out after gaining a massive number of subscribers. Carlin-sama, please calm down a bit. Even dungeon streamers who specialize in challenge runs or unique approaches wouldn't do something this absurd. She's seriously underestimating the dungeon. Even if it's an upper level one, I bet she'll end up in an accident. Hey, a monster is coming. Grua. And just as they were concerned, bam, in an instant, before the worries of over 30,000 viewers could manifest, the hellhound that had appeared from the corridor was obliterated. Carlin's fist had struck the hellhound with unimaginable speed, reducing it to nothingness. A stunned silence spread through the comments section. Yet, Carlin continued her advance without missing a beat. Given my nervousness, I was worried about whether my body would cooperate. But, yes, today is another day of flawless elegance. With a smile of contentment on her face, she took another sip from the still untouched tea. And so, the dungeon raid of Yamada Carlin, an unprecedented aristocratic-style explorer, began in earnest amidst the sea of comments that struggled to comprehend the inexplicable scene before them. Chapter 10 Unbelievable Upper Floor Strategy. Huh? The comments seem to have stopped flowing. Haven't they? Just after using her lightning-fast fists to turn wolf-like monsters into smudges on the wall, Carlin glanced at her smartphone with a puzzled expression. Is the stream still connected properly? Slightly worried, she tapped her smartphone a few times. It's worth noting that she had attached the smartphone to her arm, which was holding a teacup, and yet the tea remained completely still. Then, right after that, the comments began to flow as if a dam had burst. Wait a second, what just happened? What did you do just now? The hellhounds suddenly disappeared. Wasn't there some kind of shockwave? Is that a skill? What on earth did you do, huh? I just punched normally. As the comments started to reappear, Carlin heaved a sigh of relief, and she was slightly amazed by the momentum of the comments. Meanwhile, several more hellhounds were approaching Carlin with "Rah. Look, like this." Carlin lightly clenched her fist. Instantly, pan. The hellhounds that had approached Carlin disappeared almost simultaneously. While the stains on the wall continued to increase, Carlin, who kept walking, still didn't spill a drop of the tea she was holding. The comments section became even more chaotic as they witnessed this otherworldly scene. What's happening? As soon as the wolves approached the young lady, they disappeared, and stains started appearing on the wall instead. It sounds like a series of explosions. Not just the wolves, even Lady Carlin's hand hasn't disappeared since earlier. Hey, is she seriously knocking down all the monsters? Is she so fast that Lady Carlin's arm isn't even visible? Well, this is hilarious. You say she's punching them, but why isn't the tea spilling? In fact, the water's surface isn't even rippling. If we believe Lady Carlin's words, she's punching with enough force to turn wolves into wall smudges, right? What about the recoil? What about it? The laws of physics are breaking down, huh? Well, I haven't really done anything strange. Let me see. When I attack, I can reverse the recoil that comes back and strike the opponent with it. Oh, I can't remember the name. Isn't she just being too careless? Lol. Lady Carlin, if you're an explorer, you should know the skills you have properly. Could it be about recoilless cannon? Oh, yes, that's it. It's called recoilless cannon. Well, with that skill, you can reduce the recoil from melee attacks. But what's this? Recoilless to the level where it doesn't even make the water surface of the tea you're holding move by 1 millimeter? It's different from the recoilless cannon I know. At what skill level is it? If recoilless cannon reaches max level, does it become like this? If you're hit with a punch that has the power to blow away vomit, even upper-level monsters wouldn't stand a chance. Isn't it terrifying that not even scraps of flesh remain? Comments of astonishment flowed at lightning speed in response to Carlin's unconscious extraordinary skills. Sometimes, I see the same thing in other people's streams. Netizens are really spirited. It's incredibly appreciated how they liven up videos with this kind of overreaction. However, Carlin perceived this as just the typical spirit of the internet. She felt delighted. She had to put in even more effort to respond properly. Just to confirm, is this what you call your elegant dungeon conquest, Carlin-sama? Of course. Carlin nodded emphatically at the comment that caught her eye. Dressed in a gown, sipping tea, not allowing any hits, and eliminating enemies. This is the elegant dungeon conquest that I learned from Setsuna-sama in Dungeon Alive. With that said, as if warming up were over, she kicked away the approaching monsters, sipped her tea, and began to advance through the dungeon at a speed even faster than before. That's a lie. This girl has gone way beyond just using anime respect to divert attention from her unique skills or character creation. Is she seriously trying to recreate Setsuna-sama? To put it mildly, she's out of her mind. Despite all the excitement, it seems like people aren't really seeing it as elegant. The channel's concept was, after all, an elegant dungeon conquest. While the increase in subscribers was great, if people didn't see it as elegant, the dissonance between what Carlin wanted to showcase and what people perceived might lead to a decrease in subscribers and a decline in the comments section's quality. It was a bit concerning that the concept wasn't being effectively conveyed. That's right. And then Carlin suddenly realized, I haven't been dodging at all. Admittedly, just punching won't earn me many elegance points in times like this. Oh, this is perfect. Conveniently, Carlin noticed a presence approaching from the depths of the corridor and turned her gaze in that direction. Roar. Approaching her was another group of wolves, just like before. However, there was something different about them this time. Gruar, a particularly large hellhound, was leading a pack of about 10 wolves. One of them was carrying a goblin with a weapon on its back, and their coordination was sophisticated. They attacked Carlin from all directions, utilizing the wide corridor of the dungeon. However, I've been punching too much, so I'm taking a break. Carlin made a light fist gesture. Instantly, Guru, the hellhounds that had approached Carlin disappeared, one after another. Even as the stains on the wall increased, Carlin continued to walk. Her tea remained undisturbed. The comments section became even more chaotic as they witnessed this extraordinary scene. Failing to hit her, from all directions, monsters approached Carlin, launching their attacks, yet she evaded every single one effortlessly. Amidst this chaos, her tea remained untouched. Amidst this absurd display, monsters attempted to strike even the edges of her fluttering dress but failed utterly. Whoa! What on earth is happening here? Carlin is avoiding attacks while checking the comment section. Seriously? Is she deliberately jumping into the monster crowd and pretending to be attacked while watching her phone? This goes beyond walking and checking your phone. It's like a dance video on fast forward. Isn't this a bit too much, even for upper-tier monster attacks? Why isn't the dress getting grazed even by the coordinated attack of the hellhounds and goblins? Why does it seem like she's intentionally throwing herself into the monster swarm while engrossed in her phone? Does she have maxed out perception skills? It looks like evasion is important after all. Feeling somewhat responsible for the comments, Carlin started to reconsider. However, she was still pleased that she had managed to convey some sense of elegance through her antics. Incorporating evasive movements, she continued her assault on the upper level and swiftly cleared it. Phew, upper level cleared. Pausing in front of a large hole leading to the middle level, Carlin took a breath. Despite her exertions, her breathing remained steady, and her skin was sweat-free. The dress was unblemished, and not a drop of tea was spilled. Today, with the emphasis on tea strategy, it took a little longer than expected. But, how did you all find it? Did you not find it boring? She glanced at the elapsed time, worrying that her dedication to showcasing an elegant strategy might have made the video's pace slow. Definitely not boring. You cleared it so fast. It's mind-blowing, getting an almost double speed clear from a veteran streamer. Huh? Why is there a record-breaking speed run with such a ridiculous strategy? Impressive that she's managing to clear while making tea not spill, but even walking through a regular street without spilling tea is impossible. Why are upper-tier monsters being controlled so poorly that they can't even graze her dress? We're all shocked that we didn't realize sooner. Congratulations on hitting 70,000 viewers. Caught off guard by your shocked expression. We noticed it a bit late. Minus 70,000 viewers milestone. Even if it's just after going viral, it's still insane for an upper-level strategy stream. After seeing such an outrageous video, it's hard to believe this is a live stream. I came from watching clips. Is this really a live stream, not some fake content? Newcomer here. I can't believe this is actually a live stream. It's a live stream despite the absurdity. Oh, right. Viewership soared. Suddenly spewing tea, Carlin overlooked the growing number of comments. She was captivated by the unexpected rise in viewership that surpassed 70,000, far surpassing the 50,000 from her chit-chat stream yesterday. Despite her fear that her attention to elegant gameplay would cause her viewership to wane, she found herself absorbed by the unexpected numbers. Wow, really? Congratulations. We were so stunned that we even missed realizing it. Over 70,000 viewers, congrats. Even though it's right after going viral, it's amazing for an upper-level strategy stream. We got caught up in the shock of seeing such a crazy video. Even 70,000 seems too little for this. The trending hashtags like hashtag TRTA and hashtag Dungeon Ball are making it to the trends alongside hashtag fake video. Truly hilarious. It's incredible how it's trending alongside fake videos, after going viral. Thanks to everyone for sharing. Congratulations. With the help of everyone's sharing. Thank you so much. Now, let's aim for the middle level and conquer it. Viewers' support led to even more viewers, and congratulatory comments continued to pour in. Feeling like she might tear up, Carlin momentarily forgot about her tea spilling incident and dived into the middle level. Chapter 11 The Power Type 7100, 7200. The viewer count continued to rise as clips and trending effects drove more and more viewers to join Carlin's stream. In the midst of this, Carlin ventured into the middle layer of the dungeon. Is this child still holding tea even in the middle layer? In the upper layer, even newcomers who have just gained levels can manage somehow. But the middle layer is? True, but the middle layer is where many explorers mainly operate. It's not impossible. Still, the middle layer has stronger monsters and more of them. It's a place where dedicated explorers form parties, right? It must be tough. Worried comments about Carlin continuing to progress through the dungeon while holding her tea in one hand streamed in. However, I'm good. Do pay pan. Her concerns were completely unfounded. Despite the increased number and strength of monsters in the middle layer, Carlin continued to utilize her invisible punches and absolute avoidance. She turned the approaching monsters into stains on the wall and advanced through the dungeon without spilling her tea. Middle layer extermination and dress-based evasion. This lady is seriously insane. Wait, I heard she was conquering the upper layer with acrobatics. Is this really the middle layer? Her progress is so fast that information can't keep up. Can we keep up with this lady's speed? Comments erupted with praise for Carlin's relentless progress, just as in the upper layer. However, as she continued through the middle layer, Gola, a multitude of roars echoed through the middle layer. It wasn't just the coordinated pack of hellhounds she encountered in the upper layer. This time, an even larger number of monsters appeared before Carlin. Furthermore, in the depths of the horde, there was a buzzing sound, like countless wings. Giant caterpillar-like insects with wings, known as fly caterpillars, were among the monsters. Oh no, the top-tier trash of the middle layer, and there with a horde. This is the worst. We were on such a roll with viewership, and now it's their fault if the momentum drops. The comments section filled with disdain for the fly caterpillars. These creatures were widely despised by explorers and streamer fans alike. The reason? Sharp thorns that grew all over their bodies. Fly caterpillars relentlessly fired these needles from a distance. This nasty tactic meant that archers or those with rare magic skills were usually tasked with dealing with them. However, they approached from a considerable distance, and being relatively small monsters, they buzzed around and made it extremely challenging to land attacks. Moreover, when they appeared in large numbers, as they did now, dealing with them became quite troublesome. Battles that tended to drag on due to the constant back and forth between explorers risking their lives and fly caterpillars became unpopular among streaming fans. They were universally loathed as annoying monsters in every corner of the community. Lady Carlin, you don't have a long-range attack method without your tea, do you? Even if it's Lady Carlin, with this horde, it's going to be a hassle. This might be the time to temporarily put down your tea and deal with them properly. Dogagagagaga. Countless needles were fired, and the comments section was filled with warnings to Carlin. However, of course, here we go. Dogagagagaga. Swinging her tea-less hand, Carlin easily avoided the simultaneous attacks and needle barrage from all directions. Then, she seized the head of a medium-sized monster, a dungeon boar, with her free hand. Thanks for showing up with the horde, fly caterpillars. Carlin swung the dungeon boar high overhead. This is the most effective against those annoying flying monsters. Swoosh, goon, boo-ah-gi. A tremendous swooshing sound that pierced the air. A resounding collision, and the dying cries of the monsters echoed. With a throw, Carlin launched the boar-like monster, approximately 1.5 meters long, and shot down the fly caterpillar. Wait, is this true? Could it be that you just threw a dungeon boar? Come on. Isn't this some kind of misunderstanding? Confused comments flooded the stream. However, well, here we go. Dogagagagaga. Gi. It was beyond doubt. As Carlin continued to throw monsters one after another, shooting down fly caterpillars without missing a beat. Admittedly, there were moments when she missed while holding her tea. However, the shockwave from the monster throws merely brushed off the fly caterpillars, slamming them into the ground, and before they could leap again, Carlin's second throw collided with them, shattering them to pieces. The most dreaded threat of the middle layer was being completely overwhelmed. Wow, what is this? What is happening? What's going on? Is this really not a fake? Throwing a dungeon boar with one hand is no longer something humans do. What level do you have to be to do something like this? The clipping team must be overjoyed with this. Has fly caterpillar battles ever been this exhilarating? Exhilarating, or should we say spectacular? Monsters aren't baseballs, you know. Even with baseballs, they wouldn't become supersonic like this. Is this also considered elegant, Lady Carlin? With this method, I can efficiently deal with both ground and airborne monsters simultaneously. In other words, it's elegant. She's way too crazy, this self-proclaimed lady. The fear of her casually checking the comments in the middle of this grand rampage. Lady Carlin, please consult a dictionary. If it's the dictionary, Dungeon Alive Original, she probably read it thoroughly. I see. Until now, I've been dealing with them little by little with bows and throwing knives, but this way, you can efficiently defeat them without consuming items or risking weapon loss. That's easy. Let's try to imitate this in the next expedition. Was the dungeon boar a natural projectile? Stay calm. Explorers are all losing their minds. Herb dealers. Well, seeing something like this, who wouldn't? Seriously, how high do you have to level up to do something like this? Phew. Well, the fly caterpillars have been wiped out, so now I just need to defeat the remaining horde. Having swiftly obliterated the troublesome flying monsters, Carlin took a sip of her tea and turned her attention to the surrounding monsters. Suddenly, they trembled. Gee, huh? The monsters, who had witnessed their comrades being turned into projectiles, seemed to be convinced of their impending doom and fled en masse. Ha ha ha, do monsters really run away from humans? Well, of course, they do. Even I would run barefoot if I were faced with this gorilla lady. Wait, that won't count as loot. Wait, please, don't chase them. Loot. Carlin lady is the epitome of streamers. This is not something a lady should do. Who's the monster here? I can't tell anymore. Ignoring such comments from viewers, Carlin continued to advance through the middle layer, and then, I got a little sidetracked, but I've safely conquered the middle layer. Remembering that today's goal was not to exterminate monsters but to reach the lower layer, Carlin had effortlessly reached the deepest part of the middle layer. Congratulations, too fast, seriously. She's more than twice as fast as veteran parties. What's happening with this lady? Encountering a fly caterpillar horde while forming a group, and this record is already meaningless. I heard the dungeon boar cannon guy is streaming here. Is that true? I thought something was up with all those pigeons flying around. Who is this lady? It's not just a quick kill. It's a full-blown uproar. There are so many viewers. Well, with such absurd footage. Over 80,000 viewers. Wha? Is that true? As Carlin was informed by the comments, she looked, and indeed, she had surpassed 80,000 concurrent viewers. Following the upper layer, her progress in the middle layer was also being widely shared through clips and clips. Furthermore, it seemed that pigeons, contributors to other videos posting about Carlin's exploits, were attracting new viewers rapidly. I can't believe I've grown this much in just over an hour since starting this run. It's almost scary. Even though I added some extra flair with the tea this time, I'm essentially streaming as usual. Carlin felt the push from her video going viral was still ongoing. However, that didn't mean she should shrink back and let this momentum slip away. Well, then, I can't keep all the viewers who came waiting, and we can't dawdle. I did say we've conquered the middle layer, but that's only technically. With enthusiasm, Carlin turned to the massive door behind her. The real conquest of the middle layer begins from here. She pushed open the thick door and stepped into the vast space that lay beyond. Immediately, ooh, The air trembled. The dungeon itself trembled. What appeared, as if breaking through the sandy ground in the center of the room, was a colossal skeleton, possibly exceeding 10 meters in length, wearing thick armor and wielding a gigantic sword. This monstrous being was known as the Titan Nightbone, a vast chamber connecting the middle and lower layers. Commonly referred to as the boss room, the giant skeleton, the master of this grand hall, looked down at Carlin with clear murderous intent. Chapter 12 Lady T equipped versus mid-level boss. The boss room, as its name suggests, is the most dangerous zone within a dungeon. Dungeons are typically divided into upper, middle, and lower layers. Some even go further with deep layers and abysses. Each of these layers is further subdivided into finer tiers, like upper layer level 1 and level 2. However, this is mainly applicable to the transition between upper and middle layers. Beyond the depths of the middle layer, there exists a vast space called the boss room, connecting all layers. This is where adventurers face off against colossal monsters acting as gatekeepers, and only by defeating them can they progress further. And so, the place where Carlin now stands is the grand chamber connecting the middle and lower layers, a place of the first confrontation against this layer's boss. There, towering above Carlin, is the skeletal knight known as Titan Nightbone, with a height exceeding 10 meters. This creature is one of the most popular mid-level bosses found in various dungeons. It's renowned as a rite of passage to be conquered by veteran adventurers before they can call themselves true dragon slayers. Ark, the colossal skeletal knight, upon recognizing Carlin's presence, roars and swings the massive sword it holds in a threatening manner. The sword, as large as the skeletal knight itself, crashes into the ground and walls, causing a tremendous shockwave that reverberates throughout the boss room. Boss monsters never fail to be impressively imposing, even through the screen. And those dungeon walls are so sturdy that even after taking a hit like that sword strike, they're still intact. Wait, isn't Lady Carlin, with her T, still facing the boss? Is that safe? Isn't having a T break in front of a boss monster a bit dangerous? But then again, this is Lady Carlin. Trust in Lady Carlin is beyond measure. Go for it. Defeat the boss while sipping your tea. Now, let's swiftly defeat the middle layer boss and aim for the lower layer. In response to Carlin's clenched fist, the Titan Nightbone begins to move. With just a few steps, the monster closes the distance between Carlin and itself, wielding its massive sword with a force befitting a creature of its size. The strike is a lethal blow that would easily crush any inadequate defense. However, Carlin doesn't budge an inch. Hold on, Lady Carlin. Are you stopping? Why isn't she dodging? What's she doing? Comments are filled with confusion and worry. Yet here goes nothing. Higher. With a resolute cry from Carlin, a thunderous roar resonates. Just before the colossal sword can crush her, its trajectory suddenly shifts, causing it to strike an entirely different spot, missing Carlin entirely. Despite the immense impact that sends shockwaves through the boss room, Carlin, standing next to it, remains unscathed. Her dress remains pristine as she takes a sip of her tea, leisurely gazing up at the Titan Nightbone. What did she just do? I thought Lady Carlin was going to end up like a squashed tomato. The Titan's sword attack changed course just before hitting. Did she just punch the side of the sword to redirect the attack? What did I just witness? Does Lady Carlin have superhuman reflexes or something? Wait. Is it possible that Lady Carlin actually read the manuals and understood how to dodge the attack? I doubt this insanely impressive lady ever bothered with reading manuals. I guess the fact that she's deflected a Titan's sword attack, all while holding her tea, isn't that surprising. The comments section suddenly becomes a flurry of activity. HMPH, boom. Amidst this, Carlin continues to skillfully deflect the strikes from Titan Nightbone's sword. Time and time again, she precisely strikes the side of the sword with her fist, skillfully diverting the attacks while not spilling a drop of her tea. Wow, this is hilarious. But something seems off. She's been dodging the sword strikes all along. Why isn't she taking advantage of the openings after dodging the strikes? Could it be that dodging those massive attacks leaves her vulnerable during her follow-up? Wouldn't it be better to dodge the sword strikes completely and then counterattack? Rare to see Lady Carlin a bit clumsy. Even the invincible Lady Carlin seems to be struggling with this boss. Is the tea-sipping Lady Carlin having trouble with the boss because of her dress and tea? As Carlin repeatedly evades the sword strikes, the comments section begins to show signs of confusion. However, amidst these comments, the fierce clashes of Carlin's fists against the massive sword reverberate several times. Clang! A different sound rings out from the sword. Hey, didn't she just break the sword? Wait, what? Can she actually destroy it? I've heard about high-level players breaking their weapons during battles, but they usually rely on other weapons or magic, right? How far can this Lady Carlin go? She's something else. I apologize to anyone I doubted Lady Carlin's strategy earlier. My sincere apologies. Now she's just beating down the boss without a weapon. Huh? Well, even without the sword, that massive creature is still a threat. Its armor defense is incredibly strong, but without that sword, its danger level should drop significantly. Huh? What's this? Something seems off with Nightbone's behavior, doesn't it? Did it go crazy after losing its weapon? No, it's not that. Wait, seriously, what's going on? The comment section, which had previously shifted its stance, suddenly starts buzzing with curiosity and confusion. The unusual behavior of Titan Nightbone, having grasped Carlin's intention to destroy its weapon, incites an unexpected stir. And then, in the next instant, after emitting a vicious roar, the armor that covered the skeletal knight's body begins to melt and condense onto its fists. These fists, now exceptionally dense and magical, slam into the ground, producing an impact far beyond the previous sword strikes. The sudden transformation of Titan Nightbone's behavior triggers a frenzy of discussion in the comments. What's going on? Huh? Wait a second. Seriously, wait. What's that? Huh? Is this some kind of special move? Can the foot-slicing skeletal knight use special moves? Why is everyone so surprised? Boss monsters have special moves or transformations triggered by specific conditions, but no one's ever heard of Nightbone doing anything like this. Wait, isn't this dangerous? Yeah, it's seriously dangerous, in multiple ways. Wait, do many people not know about this? Amidst the rapidly flowing comments, Carlin, who belatedly noticed the comment frenzy, continues speaking in her calm and composed tone. I suppose many of you might not be familiar with this. The comment section, driven to chaos by this unexpected turn of events, is met with Carlin's serene explanation. Actually, the skeletal knight, in a solo and bare-handed battle, adapts its style to match me when I destroy its weapon. That's when it takes on this new form. It might still hold on to its chivalrous spirit even in death. Seriously? I mean, there are adventurers who've made it past the foot-slicing skeletal knight in the middle air, but no one's ever heard of this. No one knows that the condition for triggering a special move is a solo and unarmed fight. Isn't this actually valuable information that could earn you a lot of money? But wait, doesn't Nightbone seem faster now? As pointed out by the tumultuous comment section, Titan Nightbone's movements have indeed transformed dramatically. By concentrating the thick armor only onto its fists, its speed and attack power have significantly increased. Clang 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 clang. Closing the distance with Carlin in just a few steps, the creature launches a rapid series of punches, each hit faster and more powerful than when wielding the sword. Its punches create deafening roars as they strike the dungeon floor. Yet, Carlin flawlessly avoids each blow while sipping her tea. Exactly, as some comments pointed out, in this form, the skeletal knight's speed increases drastically. However, as Carlin speaks, she puts extra force into her step and elegantly dances towards the approaching Titan Nightbone, all the while ensuring she doesn't spill a drop of her tea. When the knight loses its weapon and its armor's defense weakens, it becomes much easier to defeat. Thud, boom, crash, In an instant, Carlin swings her fist with unparalleled force, and a thunderous sound reverberates through the air. Titan Nightbone's hip bone shatters into pieces. With a final strike, its vital core is incapacitated, rendering the massive monster completely immobile. Chapter 13 Ultra Rare Drop. All right, I did it. Having shattered the formidable gateway to the lower levels, Carlin strikes a triumphant pose. The defeat of the mid-level boss, Titan Nightbone, is symbolized by the heavy door to the lower levels swinging open with a resounding thud. Seriously? To think you'd practically defeat the mid-level boss with a single hit, even though you needed preparations. Wow. The foot-slicing skeletal knight we struggled so hard against is gone? Veteran explorers aiming to break through to the lower levels, wipe your tears. No way. Wait, could this possibly be the fastest record for taking down Titan Nightbone and the first recorded instance of its unique transformation? Well, the top players rarely stream, so it's still provisional, but among the streamers, it's undoubtedly the fastest. It's more efficient to face it solo and unarmed than with a party. Seriously, foot-slicing skeletal knight. What's with that bug? Considering only Carlin can practically achieve this. Well, we've been shown something unbelievable. I expected the mid-level boss to be a breeze, but this unidentified special move. Hey, is this potentially the fastest takedown and the first observed transformation of the foot-slicing skeletal knight? This could be an incredibly valuable data video. Why does increasing attack power and speed during transformation make it easier to defeat? Lady Carlin, you're too incredible. The comments section buzzes with excitement about the mid-level boss being conquered. Furthermore, it appears that Titan Nightbone's transformation is largely unknown, as a vast number of comments flood in. Due to the overwhelming response, some comments are lost, perhaps due to the limits of the system or Carlin's inability to process them all despite her quick reflexes. Oh my! I didn't expect such a strong reaction. Oh, wait. Does that mean many of you haven't seen this before? Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the energetic comments, Carlin breaks into a smile. From the remains of Titan Nightbone, which is already starting to turn into ashes, Carlin retrieves a piece of iron larger than a human head. What the? Hold on a second. Hey, could this be a rare drop under special conditions? No way. Can you even get special condition drops? That thing she's holding, the armor fragments that were condensed on her fists? How much secret information about these bones does she have? Yes, just as you all guessed, it's a beautiful stone that often drops when you defeat the skeletal knight in this form. Holding it up above her head for the hovering camera to capture, Carlin energetically reveals the true nature of the iron piece. Normally, monster corpses are absorbed by the dungeon over time. However, occasionally parts of the corpse remain intact and can be brought back, becoming materials for weapons, armor, or cutting-edge technology. Materials obtained from monsters, which are collected at great risk, are always traded at high prices and constitute the main source of income for explorers. Monster materials, especially rare drops obtained only under specific conditions, can be of immeasurable value. It's quite beautiful, isn't it? So, as promised, I've shown it to the camera and now I'll toss it. Thud, roll, roll, roll. Casually, Carlin tosses the rare drop item. What? Wait, what are you doing? You're not going to take it back? Are you insane? If it's a non-official record material, how much do you think it'll be worth? Considering the rarity of mid-level boss drops, it could easily be worth 7 or 8 figures. Don't tell me. At this point, the money doesn't matter to Lady Greedy. Why are you throwing it away? Why, you ask? Well, underage players aren't allowed to take dungeon-sourced items back. Oh. The screen fills with OS Carlin's words, slightly pressured by the momentum of the comments, leave the viewers in disbelief. Oh, right. I forgot. I'm still a high school girl. I apologize. I was so stunned by this situation that I lost my bearings. I can't believe Lady Carlin is educating us about common sense. I'll regret this for the rest of my life. And, I apologize for that. This is such a waste. Oh no. Seriously, it's such a waste. I wouldn't want to meet the lady, but I really want to go pick up that rare drop. Where is this dungeon located? Excessive greediness of a lady. Well, there's no helping it. Allowing minors to cash in materials under certain conditions would be better. That's just how it is. If they let minors do that, the less privileged kids would go all in and get themselves killed. Right. Currently in Japan, underage players aren't allowed to take dungeon-sourced items out, So student explorers like Carlin have no choice but to discard rare drops. Well, in my case, I actually have other options besides discarding them. For now, with her goal being to conquer the lower levels, the current situation doesn't concern her much, whether she discards the items or not. It's the only choice she has. But I never thought so many people would desire materials from the Skeletal Knight. Surprised, Carlin warms up the slightly disappointed comment section, saying, "As I mentioned earlier, defeating the Skeletal Knight in this form after destroying its weapon and reducing its defense while in high-speed mode results in quite frequent drops of this pretty stone. So, those who want it, give it a try. It'll also save you time when breaking through the mid-level." "No way. It's impossible." "Both Carlin and your equipment. I'm impressed." "Oh, this is going to be good." "What? This is?" Wait a minute." Perceiving a mysterious sense of unity in the comment section, Carlin once again finds herself puzzled. Chapter 14: The Generous Young Lady's Extravaganza. Just as I mentioned earlier, if you defeat the foot-slicing Skeletal Knight solo, unarmed, after destroying its weapon, causing its defense to drop and its speed to increase, you'll get quite frequent drops of this item. So, those interested, give it a try. It'll also help shorten the time for breaking through the mid-level. After Carlin's unwittingly audacious suggestion brought a sense of unity to the comment section, the tone became a bit more composed, and various discussions started to emerge. Some folks can defeat the foot-slicing Skeletal Knight in upper layers solo for sure, but facing the Bone Knight with its weapon destroyed, defense lowered, and speed increased, all without any weapons, let's be honest, it's an impossible game. But seriously, the unidentified conditions for obtaining the foot-slicing Skeletal Knight's drops. That's some serious rare information. Even if the value drops slightly due to too much availability, the conditions for boss rare drops, plus the fact that it's not in official records, how much could this information be sold for? It's surprising that such new information still exists in the mid-level of a dungeon in the heart of the city. The more I think calmly, the more alarming this is. By the way, Carlin, this clip is gaining a lot of traction. Shouldn't you consider charging for its distribution? Isn't it better to establish some usage fees? And thus, amid the somewhat serious atmosphere, comments related to the distribution of clips started to pour in. Some content creators often request a percentage of earnings for the usage of their clips. It's a formal agreement where the original video's uploader also earns money based on the number of views. Especially in this case, a variety of valuable information and explanations were being clipped and disseminated, which could potentially translate into substantial earnings. Viewers were naturally concerned about whether it was alright to freely distribute this content. However, there's no problem at all. Carlin's response on this matter was resolute. "As a young lady, I won't bother with things like video usage fees. It's completely free, so please feel free to spread my elegant appearance far and wide." Of course, having money is always a plus, but for Carlin, streaming is a means to become something akin to Setsuna in Dungeon Alive. She started streaming with the goal of showing her elegant dungeon conquests to as many people as possible, hoping they would enjoy it just as she once did. The spread of clipped videos is extremely crucial for channel growth. Charging fees could dampen the momentum of dissemination and reduce the number of clipped videos, something Carlin aimed to avoid. "Really? You're that sure?" "Alright." "Seriously, being so generous with such valuable information in a clip with no usage fees, that's quite extravagant." "I got you on record. I'm going to clip this like crazy, as expected of a naturally born young lady. I'll stick with you for life. It's amazing how your spirit remains golden even though hints of a struggling student show through. How much will subscriber counts soar when such videos are freely clipped and shared? It's going to be a huge leap." As the conversation lightens up, viewers enthusiastically applaud Carlin's decision to keep the distribution of her content completely free. It's evident that her generosity and passion for sharing her experiences have made a significant impression on the community. And just as the comments section was once again buzzing with excitement due to Carlin's announcement, "Miss Carlin, look at the concurrent viewers. It's incredible, huh? Wow, 100,000 concurrent viewers? Upon seeing this unbelievable number, Carlin widened her eyes in astonishment. Though she counted the digits once more, the number remained unchanged. Before her, the concurrent viewers had crossed the astounding threshold of 100,000 as they prepared to face the depths of the dungeon. Even the top-tier dungeon streamers with 1 to 2 million channel subscribers can't easily achieve such a figure. And what's more, this number continues to rise in real time. Whoa, wasn't it around 80,000 before the foot-slicing skeletal night battle? It increased by 10,000 after the mid-level breakthrough, and now it's gone up by another 20,000 in such a short time. Well, after being shown such ridiculous footage. Oh man, I just checked Twitter, and terms like uncertain special actions and new drop items, along with trending tags like TRTA and Dungeon Boar Cannon, are popping up one after another. The trending speed on Twitter is insane. It's to be expected with such new information coming out. I wonder, by the time the lower levels are conquered, could Carlin Lady possibly monopolize the trends? Somehow, there's this bizarre tag going around. Hey, Skeletal, you still hiding new info in your pocket? Jump and try it out, and it's becoming a trend. I went to check Twitter because the famous Explorer community was in a commotion, and I saw the boss tier unconfirmed drop items being tossed around like garbage. Hilarious. This is insane. I heard it was crazy, but it's beyond crazy. More like a forest of laughter. This stream is going to become legendary. It's already legendary. Regular updates. With the declaration of free distribution and hitting the milestone of 100,000 concurrent viewers, the comments section is once again abuzz. Evidently, this buzz has reached even the well-known figures in the community, drawing more viewers to the stream. Numerous comments seem to come from those who had just started watching the stream as well. Thanks to all of your support in spreading the word. I'm truly grateful. Well then, let's continue diving into the lower levels. Prompted by this enthusiasm, Carlin tightly clutched her hands in front of her chest and proceeded toward her final goal for the day, the dungeon's lower levels. The time has come for the lower levels. The real challenge begins now. Even though she's proven herself throughout the journey and made short work of the great puke beast, can a high school girl really venture into the lower levels barehanded in her dress? There's the tea as well. Even though there's no more anxiety at this point, it's still uncertain how things will turn out. The other world, also known as the lower levels. Carlin, who charged into the perilous realm without a trace of hesitation, caused viewers to feel a palpable tension as they watched her in her dress, ready to confront whatever challenges awaited in the depths of the dungeon. Chapter 15 Failure at the lower level. Wow, seriously, she's diving into the lower levels in that dress. Is she really going to be okay? Well, considering her reckless actions up until now, I'm not too worried, but still, hitting 100,000 concurrent viewers is quite a pressure, and there's always the possibility of a mistake. Exploring beyond the lower levels is like stepping into the real otherworldly realm. Even experienced veterans can make a split-second mistake and face dire consequences there. Lower level streams are always so tense. With Carlin's descent into the lower levels, the atmosphere in the comments section took a different turn. The excitement of surpassing 100,000 concurrent viewers had subsided, replaced by numerous comments expressing concern for Carlin. The dungeon's lower levels were indeed an extremely perilous area. The lower levels marked a clear distinction from the upper and middle levels as a different world. One of the reasons was the exponential increase in the magical power contained within the monsters here. This not only allowed them to exhibit extraordinary combat prowess but also rendered conventional physical attacks, including modern weaponry, significantly less effective. Rather than being merely sturdy, these creatures became entities that defied conventional logic. To put it bluntly, it's like using talismans and scriptures against ghosts, while modern weapons have no effect. This absurdity was such that during the early stages of dungeon emergence, elite forces from various nations were decisively rooted in the lower levels. Explorers predominantly used magically enhanced swords, bows, or fought barehanded in this realm, due to the ineffectiveness of guns. Additionally, Dungeon-produced items with compatibility with magical power were preferred as materials for weapons and armor. Moreover, the lower levels harbored multiple boss rooms, each significantly more powerful than the Titan Nightbone. It was indeed a territory worthy of being called a true dungeon, a perilous zone where even a small fraction of full-time explorers could operate effectively. And in this different world, Carlin was deeply regretting her lack of preparation. This is an unforgivable mistake. Carlin was clutching her head in despair due to her fatal mistake. My tea has run out. Yes, her tea had run out. Although she believed she had filled her water bottle with a sufficient amount before the stream, the unexpectedly high number of viewers had made her nervous. Unconsciously, she had been taking sips of tea more frequently than she realized, and she had finished it off as she entered the lower levels. I sincerely apologize. It's a complete lack of preparation. Carlin hastily bowed her head towards the floating camera. Wait, was this child seriously attempting a tea binding challenge in the lower levels? What exactly are we being apologized for? She's way too relaxed. Huh? Could this kid actually be genuinely crazy? Slow on the uptake. Come on, didn't she stop the tea binding once she entered the lower levels because she ran out of tea? That's right, isn't it? Could this lady really pull off such a stunt? Hey, check out this clip of the lady starting to drink tea when she began exploring URL. She's such a ditz. Yamada Carlin, what a terrifying child. Meaning it's not an act. In any case, I'm relieved that she's not continuing such foolishness even in the lower levels. While I believe this lady can handle it, it's still a bit nerve-wracking to watch. Also, don't bow down in the lower levels. Pay attention to your surroundings properly. I should have prepared more tea, but lately, tea's been expensive, so there wasn't much I could do. Certainly, equipping herself with tea in the lower levels might slow down her progress, and conquering all enemies with her evasion strategy in her dress would still make for an elegant stream. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any major dissatisfaction from the viewers. Considering the priority of maintaining the video's pacing, it seemed best to accept this decision and move on. It's true that I shouldn't get too carried away in the middle of winter, and I can't run out of content by going all out from the start. But still, satisfying herself with this reasoning, Carlin turned her attention back to her smartphone screen. The increase in viewership isn't stopping. Upon checking, the concurrent viewers had grown from the just crossed 100,000 mark to 100,100, then 100,150. The buzz reported in the comments earlier, combined with Carlin actually stepping into the lower levels in her dress, seemed to have attracted even more viewers. It's surreal all over again. Just 2 days ago, I was at 0 concurrent viewers in these same lower levels. As Carlin reminisced about how just 2 days ago she was despairing over 0 concurrent viewers in these same lower levels, oh, something's coming. Sensing a presence from the depths of the corridor, Carlin interrupted her thoughts, signaling to her viewers about the approaching enemy. As Carlin stowed away the no longer needed teacup in her bosom, a monster appeared before her in the lower levels for the first time. It was a creature with the body of a muscular man and the head of a bull. Whoa, seriously? Is the strongest lower level creature showing up right away? Carlin Lady's luck with draws is too strong, isn't it? A Minotaur. This vicious creature, often dubbed as the strongest in the lower levels aside from bosses, bellowed with steam engine-like nostrils, its muscles bulging. Chapter 16 Rampage Lady. In front of Carlin, a monster with a bull's head that must have been around 2 meters tall roared. Its bulging muscles seemed ready to burst, exuding an overwhelming sense of destruction and violence throughout its body. Minotaur is hairy. Is it okay for the strongest lower-level creature to show up all of a sudden? Well, if it's against this young lady, it's better to have a challenge like this. I think she'll be fine, but be careful, Lady Carlin. The appearance of the lower level's strongest monster right after descending to the lower levels accelerated the comments section. There were those who worried about Carlin and others who had faith in her strength and cheered her on. Fear not, everyone. Carlin spoke with confidence, aiming to reassure the comments section. I am well acquainted with handling this bull, you see. While it likely didn't understand her words, The Minotaur seemed to interpret Carlin's demeanor as provocation and let out a roar. Bending its bipedal body, it transformed into a quadrupedal stance, akin to a crouching start. "Oh, it's coming right away. It's a Minotaur's charge." As the Minotaur's well-developed legs expanded, boom, a tremendous sound shook the lower levels of the dungeon. The Minotaur, having initiated a charge towards Carlin, had crashed into the dungeon wall with incredible force. "It's dangerous." Carlin easily evaded the charge. However, the reactions in the comments section weren't entirely relieved. "Lady Carlin's avoiding it like it's nothing." As expected of Lady Carlin. "But seriously, that power is insane." "Whoa." Even from the floating camera's perspective, it's hard to follow the movements. Well, in a place full of monstrous creatures like the lower levels, the Minotaur's charging speed and destructive power are unparalleled. Lower levels are really dangerous. Especially the Minotaur. No matter how many times you see it, it's terrifying. It's in a different league from the monsters we've seen so far. Even if she disposed of the tea, it's still going to be difficult to evade everything and take it down swiftly as before. Just avoiding a single strike isn't enough to let your guard down. In a manner that embodied these concerns, the Minotaur, representing the essence of the lower level's strength, continued its relentless charge. Moo. Despite its formidable impact that had shaken the dungeon walls, the menacingly horned head remained unscathed. It began to accelerate again as if nothing had happened. Thud 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 thud. Moreover, this time it didn't stop by crashing into the wall midway. It either grazed the wall with its curved horns, or it ran along the wall's surface with the momentum, maneuvering through the dungeon's spacious corridors, launching successive charges at Carlin. "Coming through, Artisan," referring to the Minotaur. However, Carlin remained unfazed by the continuous onslaught. She moved with a grace akin to dancing, fluttering her dress's skirt as she dodged the charges. Lady Carlin is immersing? Is she completely reading that speed? She's even fluttering her dress skirt as if taunting it, not even attempting to mimic a bullfighter against a Minotaur. Carlin, as expected, remains Carlin. But even if she evades, what's the plan from here? Typically, dealing with this involves either preventing the charge, forcibly stopping it with a vanguard member, and then striking with swordsmanship during the opening, or risking a counterattack with swords or magic, which is quite challenging, right? And it's not like her fist can withstand it, right? The Minotaur's body, particularly its head, had the capacity to withstand the recoil of these powerful charges. Even with magic imbued, physical blows were ineffective. Unless it was a magical attack or sword play, substantial damage couldn't be expected. Moo. Furthermore, the Minotaur's charge speed seemed to increase, perhaps vexed by the fluttering of Carlin's dress. Amidst all this, you can all rest assured, Carlin continued to evade the Minotaur's charges. "As I mentioned before, I'm well versed in handling this bull." Simultaneously, as the Minotaur tried to pass by, Carlin seized its horn from the side with a decisive grip. "I'll borrow a bit of that charging power, huh?" Moo. Utilizing the Minotaur's strength to her advantage, Carlin started spinning rapidly, creating a whirlwind effect around her. Huh? The Minotaur is turning into a helicopter rotor or something. Wait, huh? The Minotaur she caught during its charge. She's spinning it around, and as the rotation reached its peak, whipping up a gust of wind around her, whirlwindance. Boom! Amidst the hurricane-like wind, Carlin's voice rang out as she executed her move. The combined force of the Minotaur's charge, centripetal force, and Carlin's strength propelled the bull to be hurled headfirst into the dungeon wall. The body, supposedly resilient, impacted the wall with a deafening crash, crumpling upon impact and coming to a standstill. Phew. Having both hands free really broadens the range of combat possibilities. Far? No. 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 What on earth is this? The Minotaur was turned into some sort of helicopter rotor, just when I thought we'd seen everything, and she's spinning it around after catching it during the charge? The comments section was enveloped in a mixture of confusion and shock at Carlin's unprecedented approach to Minotaur elimination. Without a pause, Carlin continued her rampage after dispatching the strongest lower-level creature with such ease. "Oh, now it's a rock turtle. This one's a bit heavy," But if you flip it over, it stops moving and becomes easier to finish off. Annihilation. Next up is the butterfly panther. This little one looks fluffy and surprisingly cute up close, but we'll have to eliminate it. Extermination. With both her hands free, Carlin's progress through the lower levels was on par with or perhaps even faster than the upper middle levels. She explained there, mostly impossible to imitate, strategies for dealing with the encountered monsters. Sometimes she would restrain their movements with a grip, even showing them up close in front of the camera, a proof of her composure to provide a service to the viewers as she advances through the lower levels. Naturally, during all this, not a single smudge or stain appeared on her dress. We feel so stupid for being so worried. Someone, anyone, bring Lady Carlin some tea. Let's add tea debuffs to her right now. There should already be the pressure from the dress debuff and the number of concurrent users exceeding 100,000, but that's Lady Carlin is unstoppable. The fact that there are children attending the same classroom as her, a classroom of darkness, complaints from parents are inevitable. The monsters, whose strength should have skyrocketed with magic, are reduced to pieces of paper under her. Floor 1 of the lower levels, cleared. And just like that, Carlin swiftly reached the deepest part of floor 1 of the lower levels. At the entrance to the passage leading to floor 2, right in front of the boss room, she declared with vigor, "Given that I can't keep everyone waiting for too long, I will now challenge the boss of floor 1 of the lower levels." If there's no tea, then maintaining tempo is crucial. In today's entertainment, a drawn-out development is not desirable. True story. And so, Carlin wasted no time in launching her assault on the boss room. As Carlin set foot into the chamber, in the central space of the room stood a creature, about 20 meters in length, with 4 legs. Its appearance seemed like a blend of various animals, with its massive tail and distinctive back spikes. Emitting a distorted, wailing cry, the monster fixated its gaze on Carlin. Large chimera, huh? This one's quite a handful. That massive body keeps leaping around, and it's even using poison mist to obstruct our vision. I can't wait to see how she'll tackle this one. Maybe she'll teleport to its back and prioritize destroying the poison mist generator. Nobody's worried about Lady Carlin anymore, huh? Well, after that minicopter stunt, what do you expect? As it let out a roar, the large chimera kicked the ground, its massive form displaying unexpected agility. It lunged toward Carlin with a speed not befitting its size, swinging its claw-like talons. Compared to the Minotaur, its speed was somewhat slower. However, with a body exceeding 20 meters in length, its rapid leaping alone presented a significant threat. Its attacks from all directions felt like a storm. Still not displaying elegant moves, I see. Just as before, Carlin evaded its attacks with apparent ease. However, the true menace of the large chimera was the white mist billowing from its leaping back. The dense mist gradually filled the chamber, obscuring the vision of the explorers. Not only did this conceal the agile movements of the large chimera's massive form, but it also exhibited a highly troublesome effect, similar to a neurotoxin, that dulled the movements of explorers. To defeat this lower-level boss, the top priority was destroying the organ on its back that produced the dense mist. Alternatively, the mist could be eradicated by using flamethrowers or magic. However, hey, come on, why does she keep avoiding Lady Carlin? This time, it doesn't seem like an opponent you can just watch and wait with. Well, considering her past patterns, she probably has some plan. As Carlin continued to dodge attacks and allow the mist to spread, comments started to flood in, speculating on Carlin's strategy, even though most believed she had something up her sleeve. I might have messed up a bit with this. Oh, this can't be good. The floating camera is almost overwhelmed by the mist. Most likely, she has detection skills, so she can probably see the attacks. But facing a boss with wide-ranging and powerful attacks while being slowed down by poison, that's not good. At this density, even if you have an antidote, complete neutralization seems impossible. As the boss room turned increasingly white, the comments shifted from speculating on her strategy to genuine concern for Carlin's well-being. And it was then that the large chimera also realized Carlin's disadvantage. Although the large chimera was immune to poison, it could sense Carlin's position through her body temperature. Concealing itself within the mist, it used its pit organ to track her movements. From this vantage point of absolute advantage, the large chimera unleashed its ultimate attack, a full-force swing of its massive tail. The most powerful and fastest attack of the large chimera surged toward Carlin. But that was close. I thought the camera might completely malfunction before that attack landed, and I messed up the way to defeat it. Evading the impending strike thanks to her detection skill, Carlin breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunate for you, Lord Large Chimera, neither obstructed vision nor poison affect me. My resistance skill is maxed out. With those words, Carlin grabbed the outstretched tail with both hands. With her veins bulging and exerting all her strength, she swung the tail forcefully. The poison mist generator on the large chimera's back, which was slammed against the dungeon wall, suffered catastrophic damage. The emission of the toxic mist came to a complete halt. Simultaneously, with that brief word, the comment section, which should have exceeded 100,000 responses, came to a complete standstill for the second time that day. Chapter 17 Encounter. An underage explorer grabs the tail of a boss monster that exceeds 20 meters in length and swings it around, going beyond the realm of comprehension and resembling a hallucination. This scene made the comments pause for a few seconds before gradually resuming in a mix of fear and astonishment. Well, this is just too much, right? This can't be okay as a human being. The mist makes the screen hard to see, so maybe it's just an illusion. It's hard to believe she's swinging around a boss monster over 20 meters in size, haha. Oh, some of us saw the same hallucination. Haha. Seems like everyone's having a collective hallucination due to worrying about Lady Carlin. Haha. Throwing the boss. Haha. That's a lot, even for a Minotaur. Oh, the mist is clearing up. Now we can properly see what's happening. As the white mist cleared and the screen became more visible, Carlin's voice filled the air. When the mist is dense, it's hard to see, and it wasn't a good idea after all. With a mighty swing, she stirred up the wind by swinging the large chimera around, scattering the white mist as she slammed it against the walls and floor. Whoa, is this real? Can't handle this. Watching something like this will drive you crazy. This is just too bizarre. What's going on here? But seriously, the top explorers can handle something like this, right? Isn't that just a myth? If she keeps doing this, she won't get channel growth, despite how far she's gone. And why? Isn't her dress even dirty? What's going on? When Shadow Wolf did the teasing lower-level bosses stream, the strategy was to stick to its back and focus fire before the mist filled the room. But, well, Lady Carlin is right. It's more efficient to wait for its tail attack and swing it around than to deliberately target its hard-to-reach back. That's right. Carlin-sama actually approved my joke. No, seriously, I'm planning to explore the dungeon tomorrow. But if I keep watching this, I'll go crazy. For some reason, I feel like I could swing monsters around too. Could it be that Dungeon Alive wasn't just a legend? Keep it up. Amidst the chaotic comments, a loud sound resounded. As the thoroughly battered large chimera collapsed, Carlin dealt the finishing blow. After a few punches to its face, the large chimera crumbled and fell into silence. Phew, it's defeated. But leaving the mist unchecked wasn't really suitable for streaming, I guess. I rushed and tried to disperse it with a large chimera, and now my hands hurt. As Carlin took deep breaths and panted, she apologized. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Yeah. In response to Carlin's apology, comments filled with confusion about how to reply began to appear. Even after defeating the lower-level boss of the first floor, Carlin continued her journey through the dungeon. Due to the randomness of Carlin's battles, the initial tension that accompanied her descent into the lower level had completely dissipated from the comment section. Carlin-sama's new information about the skeletal cutoff has sparked quite a commotion. Famous explorers from TV are sharing snippets and quotes like, "Wait, can I challenge this for real?" It's getting massively circulated. If this keeps up, even the largest domestic clans like Black Tiger and White Knight might get involved. Rumors suggest Black Tiger is getting frantic too. Those people decided to ignore the Vomit Sama incident, but then skimmed off information from Karen Sama. Aren't they being a bit too thick-skinned? Better late than never. Now Minicopter is trending. In addition to the various incidents in the lower layer and the middle layer boss incident, the news continued to spread, attracting more viewers. After defeating the lower level boss, the concurrent viewership had surpassed 120,000. 120,000 concurrent viewers. That's incredibly impressive, but considering the content of the stream, it's strange that there aren't more. Even the clips are circulating at lightning speed, but due to Karen Sama's rapid progress, she might finish lower level exploration before enough people gather. Some of those clips are circulating so much that they're starting to raise suspicions of being fake due to their sheer number. At first, pigeons were flying everywhere, but now the numbers seem to have decreased. From start to finish, everything is beyond the norm, and none of the usual standards seem to apply. Maybe it would have been better to take it a bit slower and gather more viewers. Was the strictly T restriction really necessary? Wait, we're already moving on to the next boss room? Wow, Hosei. Even clearing the second level without a scratch. Not many lower level streams can be watched with such peace of mind. Well then, let's continue by defeating the second level boss. In the midst of a thoroughly relaxed comments section and social media chatter, Carlin declares and opens the door to the boss room. The dungeon Carlin is currently exploring has a total of 4 lower levels. If she clears this boss, it's back to the lower levels. Now, who will be the next victim? Maybe even the strongest lower level boss, Mr. Jellyfish, will make an appearance? But that one requires a dungeon as massive as the abyss beyond the deep layers to show up. According to Karen Sama, this dungeon is only confirmed to reach the deep layers, so the jellyfish won't appear. I hope Karen Sama will continue to show us how she cooks various lower level bosses. The comments section is already talking about the next stream. However, the anticipation for what kind of boss battle will be shown next is interrupted by, "Wait a minute. There's no boss, is there?" During that silence, Carlin's voice echoes through the spacious room. The large monster that should have been in the center is missing. Someone else defeated it already? No. The door wouldn't open from the upper side during the intermission. They can't just pass through. What's going on? I've only seen boss rooms empty when returning to the surface. Huh? But there's no boss in the chamber? That can't be right. Don't most lower level bosses sit in the middle of the room? Perplexed comments fill the space as an eerie atmosphere takes hold. You might be onto something. Amidst the confusion, Carlin instantly senses something and looks up at the ceiling. And there it is, the boss. Gravely wounded, held in the grip of something far more colossal. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, the enormous form of the second level boss, Oak King, shatters as if it's nothing. Squelch. The fallen Oak King is completely lifeless. As the door to the third level, located beyond the second level, opens, the sound of the Oak King's flesh being chewed resonates in the boss room. What is that monster? Carlin looks up at the source of the chewing sound, her eyes widening. It's like a massive snake emerging from the dungeon's ceiling. Or perhaps snake isn't fitting. It's far too malevolent in appearance, with its tough scales covering just its head. It's several meters in size. Countless fangs line its blood-stained mouth. The jaws, driven by hunger and a primal urge to kill, have casually devoured parts of its prey. Among them, the most prominent are the Oak King's skin, Giganto Wolf's fur, and Iron Club's carapace. Rather than swallowing whole, these were obviously crushed. All are characteristic parts of bosses from the third and fourth layers of the dungeon. Raw, Groa, the massive snake, having swallowed the Oak King's remains, lets out a roar that echoes through the room. The magic radiating from it exceeds even that of the lower level bosses, causing the air around it to shimmer like a mirage. What is that? What the heck is that? A giant snake monster in the lower levels. A rare monster? Wait, a snake that big with those fangs? Isn't that the dragon whim without limbs? Huh? The dragon whim is a rare monster that only appears in the deep layers, right? Deep layers? The comment section, which was relaxed just moments ago, is now engulfed in unprecedented tension and confusion. The D players. It's an area of absolute danger that extends into the depths of the lower levels. The monsters that appear there are far more formidable than those in the lower levels, requiring the nation's strongest clans to form parties to conquer the region. If the lower levels are a different world, then the D players are an alternate world. The cavern of magic inhabited by true monsters that could obliterate entire cities is called and feared as such by explorers. Seriously, a D-player monster? Really? Look at the distortion in the air. Only a D-player level monster could warp space with magic like that. Why is there a D-player monster in the lower levels? Why? Well, irregular? A phenomenon defying the rules of dungeons, fixed monsters, access to boss rooms only through doors, monsters not leaving the dungeon. In a dungeon where information and preparation are crucial for exploration, an abnormality is exposing Carlin to the dungeon's malevolence, one that's cutting down explorers with high probability. A D-player monster. Is that really? Carlin shivers and lets out a hoarse voice in response to the comments. Exactly. It's irregular. Even Carlin-sama can't handle a D-player monster. It's dangerous. Run. Run now. Moreover, this one's probably seriously dangerous even for the D players. The way it effortlessly consumed multiple lower-level bosses is definitely abnormal. It's understandable that you're trembling, but move now. Carlin-sama should be able to escape. Hurry. We don't know what abilities it has. Seriously, move quickly. Uh-oh. I'm breaking a sweat. For real. Run. The comments section is filled with countless screams. Even those who have witnessed Carlin's battles up until now are all shouting run. That's the threat of the D players, and it's an accurate assessment of the monster facing Carlin. Growl! Exclamation mark. And as Carlin is fixated by the monster's gaze, the comments section is engulfed in a cacophony of screams. She trembles even more intensely. Irregular, an unexpected formidable foe. This is exactly like the developments in Dungeon Alive anime, the most incredible shot ever. Her eyes sparkle like a girl whose dream has come true as she enthusiastically addresses the monstrous being that emerged from the D players with a burst of excitement. Chapter 18 Forced Entry. What the heck is this? You fool. Carlin-sama, listen to me. This isn't an anime world. It's real. This is no good. Seriously no good. Is she delusional? She must be. Snap out of it and run. This is no time for talking about the footage. I knew she was silly. But how much of an airhead is she? I told her to run, stupid lady. The comments section is flooded with messages directed at Carlin, who is gazing at the colossal serpent known as the Dragon Wim or the limbless dragon from the D players with sparkling eyes. D player monsters are seriously no joke. We have no idea what kind of abilities it has, and this snake is eating other monsters. Boss monsters. There's even a possibility it's an enhanced type. It might be responsible for the lower level encounters being scarce. Amidst all this, a sense of urgency prevails, with many comments insisting that Carlin should run away. Some viewers even suggest the possibility of the serpent being an enhanced type, a term indicating monsters that become stronger by preying on other monsters. This raises further concern among other viewers. However, it's perfectly fine. I believe I can handle something like that to some extent. Besides, Carlin interjects with a confident tone. Escaping shamelessly in front of all these people wouldn't befit a lady's elegance, you know. Carlin's gaze is fixed on the screen of her smartphone, where the simultaneous viewers have skyrocketed to 150,000. Are you seriously planning to fight? Seriously? This isn't the time for jokes. This lady is beyond crazy. She's been brainwashed by Setsuna-sama too much. Even though we know Lady Carlin is extraordinary, the opponent is also extremely dangerous. Taking on a D-player sub-dragon solo is way too reckless. I mean, I get the feeling that Carlin-sama might be able to handle it. But do you have any basis for saying you can defeat it? Wait, a D-player monster is here? And it's a whim? I thought that pigeon was just being overdramatic to steal viewers from other videos, but this is actually a big deal. Huh? Is this person seriously planning to fight the irregular from the D players? Hey, I thought today there were some ridiculous clips going around and came to the stream to check it out. But what is this? D-player monster and a whim, no less. I thought I'd never get a chance to see one online. It seems like there's currently a big commotion on social media platforms and video sharing websites. Naturally, irregular occurrences during dungeon streams tend to attract more viewers, and with the added rarity of a D-player monster that's rarely witnessed, the number of simultaneous viewers has skyrocketed in a short period. Among the comments expressing concern for Carlin, there are also many from new viewers who seem to have been drawn in by the commotion. The number of simultaneous viewers continues to rise. Running away in this situation is out of the question. It's not what a lady who admired Kiamori Setsuna would do. Therefore, Carlin gazes back at the colossal serpent towering over her with even a smile on her face. Now then, even though I have no information about this completely unknown monster, I wonder what kind of power it possesses. Challenging an irregular monster from the D players with zero information is crazy. Growl. The screams of viewers and the roar of the serpent overlap. And as if prompted by this, the battle begins. Arc. The first to move is the dragon whim, which has now marked Carlin as its prey. Its head, still suspended from the ceiling, raises its scythe-like neck, and it lunges at Carlin with its massive jaws open, aiming to devour her. The characteristic burst of speed of a serpent. This strike, more powerful than a charging bull's rush, hits Carlin with incredible force. Oh, where do you think you're trying to bite? However, Carlin evades the lightning-fast bite with superhuman speed. Huh? Did Carlin-sama disappear? Could she have been eaten? Is she dead? No, she's alive. Don't write bad omens just because you can't see her move. She's dodging. Amidst the lightning-fast evasion, some viewers even mistakenly think that Carlin was swallowed whole. But the high-speed battle only accelerates. Arc. It seems like missing the first attack has caused a complete shift in the serpent's focus. What follows is a relentless barrage of successive jaw attacks. In an attempt to shatter Carlin's delicate body, the serpent launches a series of bites at speeds that make it difficult to discern whether its head is splitting apart. The remains of the Oak King, caught in this onslaught, are obliterated, and the air, torn apart by the rapidly moving serpent, becomes turbulent. Yet, even so, indeed, a deep player class, it's fast, isn't it? However, I won't let myself be captured by you no matter how long it takes. She elegantly avoids the lightning-fast barrage of attacks as if she's gracefully dancing in her fluttering dress. It's as if she can foresee the future. Not even the lightning-fast attacks unleashed by a body as massive as a large chimera manage to graze her dress. Whoa, wait. Is this for real? She's dodging all of those attacks. I can't even see the snake or Lady Carlin moving. She's barely avoiding the attacks with the traces of her flashy dress. Is she really handling those speeds with that attire? Lady Carlin, you're amazing. Whoa, it's turning into a real battle. Seriously, is this an anime? An irregular from the D players, and there's even suspicion of it being an enhanced type. Oh man, seriously? I have no idea what's going on anymore. Well, at this point, there's nothing we can do. Go for it, Lady Carlin. The battle that has commenced and Carlin's continuous evasion of the D-player monster's attacks heat up the comment section. Amidst all this, Arc, with a swift move, a thud. Perhaps it's because it grew frustrated that its attacks weren't hitting due to the ceiling. The serpent falls from the ceiling as if crawling out. Gigantic? Isn't that a real monster? It's bigger than the boss. Seriously? The creature's length is probably around 40 meters. Considering the thickness of its body, it's truly extraordinary in size. The serpent's long, thick body wriggles and coils, completely surrounding Carlin, who is moving nimbly. Arc. The Crimson Moor draws near Carlin, who has lost her escape route. Even if she were to jump away, the serpent, which can't change its direction in midair, would change its trajectory and swallow her. I see. This is your true form, isn't it? Carlin stares down the attack, meeting it head-on. Well then, it's about time. I'll be coming at you too. As if signaling the end of her observation, she bends down. She avoids the bite that should have left her with no escape route by a paper-thin margin, then punches the serpent's jaw from below. Bog. Grewer. The tremendous impact sound and the screams resonate as the entire body of the serpent surrounding Carlin is sent flying. Whoa! She punched it and sent it flying? Seriously, seriously, seriously? Is this going to work? The simultaneous viewers have gone over 160,000. Whoa! Just keep going like that. However, I don't feel much impact. Carlin's expression is grave. The sensation of the punch's force being absorbed by the serpent's unique flexible body and its hard scales has diminished its power. Still, the serpent was sent flying at a considerable speed, and it was thought that if it crashed into the dungeon wall, the impact couldn't be mitigated and it would suffer significant damage. But, thump, the colossal body didn't collide with the dungeon wall. Without any resistance, it was sucked into the wall. It disappeared into the wall as if it were nothing. Huh? What's going on? It vanished into the wall? Huh? What's happening? It's accelerating within the wall. Amidst the confusion in the comment section, Carlin, who's the only one to comprehend the situation using her perception skill, looks up at the ceiling. And in an instant, thump, shark. Suddenly, a massive serpent emerges from the ceiling and lunges at Carlin with meteoric speed. Carlin flawlessly evades the attack. The serpent's body hurtles towards the ground at an incredible speed, or so it seems. But then, thunk. Once again, its body sinks into the ground made of dungeon walls without any resistance. I see. So, after appearing from an intact ceiling, you swim within the dungeon walls. That's your ability, I suppose. What? Are you kidding? What just happened? Is that snake swimming inside the dungeon walls? Are you serious? Does the D-player monster really have these kind of magical abilities? Indeed, the D-player monsters, with their profound magical power, wield abilities that go beyond mere physical enhancement. They possess abilities that can only be described as those of magical creatures, and it's because of these powers that their combat capabilities leap far beyond those of monsters from lower layers. According to experienced individuals of the deep layer, even characteristics like the white mist emission displayed by lower-level bosses are mere child's play in comparison. Thus, the deep layer is called the Otherworld and is held in awe, and the abilities of the serpent, also referred to as a limbless dragon whim, go beyond just in-wall travel. Shark. The serpent roars as it crawls out from the ground. Its massive jaws, which had been dealt a powerful blow by Carlin moments ago, show no signs of damage. With the same lethal force as before, it attacks Carlin once more. In a matter of seconds of burrowing into the wall, it has completely recovered from the damage inflicted. Why? How did its wounds heal? What's happening? What's going on? These worm-type monsters are known for their extraordinary regenerative abilities. But this is just too much. This is cheating. Wait, does this mean you have to destroy something like a core inside its body to defeat it? Are you seriously suggesting we search for a core inside that huge body at that speed? Give me a break. This is so overpowered. And during its recovery, it's invulnerable within the walls? Seriously, give me a break. Even amid this chaos, Carlin valiantly avoids the serpent's attacks and retaliates with punches. However, no matter how many times she repeats this, the outcome remains the same. Carlin may not be getting defeated, but the serpent, after taking several punches, dives back into the wall, regains its stance, and launches another attack with an unscathed body. Hey, isn't this getting repetitive? It's turning into a battle of endurance. Seriously, if that's the case, she should consider fleeing. If her stamina runs out, even if she manages to win, she won't be able to escape the dungeon. The comments section is filled with voices urging her to escape once again. However, the D-player monster wouldn't allow such a simple choice. What's happening? A sudden silence falls over the boss room. The massive serpent that had been relentlessly attacking just moments ago remains submerged in the ground and doesn't re-emerge. Carlin raises an eyebrow in puzzlement, and in the next instant, rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground in the boss room shakes violently. What's this? Did the boss room just shake? An earthquake? Do dungeons even experience earthquakes? Wait, this can't be. As the ground shakes vigorously, Carlin loses her balance. Shark. In an instant, just as the serpent had aimed, it leaps out from the ground. Thanks to the shaking subsiding just before the serpent bursts from the ground, Carlin manages to narrowly evade the attack. However, due to the intense shaking, her balance is compromised, making her evasion barely successful. And as the serpent dives back into the ground, this time, it spins rapidly near the surface, causing the ground to tremble significantly due to the powerful magical force it emits and the dense magical energy emanating from the serpent itself. Sheer arc. Ah, I see. It won't be so simple. The ground shakes intensely, making it difficult for Carlin to stand, let alone flee. And with her balance compromised, the serpent targets her with a lightning-fast strike. Repeatedly, the serpent unleashes its full power on Carlin. It's practically a stalemate. It's becoming a battle of endurance. Seriously, if it's come to this, fleeing might be the best option. Even if she manages to defeat it, if her stamina runs out, she won't be able to escape. Voices urging her to escape dominate the comment section. However, the situation isn't getting any better. A serpent capable of causing earthquakes while submerged within the indestructible walls of the dungeon is an insurmountable calamity. Attempting to counter it is futile, as its wounds quickly heal, and it resumes attacking by causing earthquakes. For Carlin, continually evading these attacks is proving to be a challenge. In the midst of this, on the trembling ground, Carlin closes her eyes and crouches down. Lady Carlin, what are you doing? You're not giving up, are you? Did you run out of magic power? In the face of such a dire situation, comments of despair flood in. However, Carlin hasn't given up. She closes her eyes, exhaling sharply. Lowering her center of gravity to withstand the tremors, she concentrates, gathering her magical power as much as possible. As she focuses, the multitude of skills within her meld into her fist. It's getting on my nerves. With the aim of the heavily trembling ground, a fist charged with immense magical power crashes down. The ground made of dungeon walls explodes. The serpent, responsible for the earthquake, screams as it's hit by the impact that envelopes its entire body. It's propelled out from the shattered ground. Chapter 19 Lady Carlin's Fist of Fury. Thanks to Carlin's punch, the dungeon wall's ground shatters. The impact is even more intense than the earthquake caused by the serpent, causing the floating camera's screen to shake dramatically. What the heck? Is this real? I've been duped, huh? What? The ground exploded? Was Lady Carlin caught in the explosion? No, wait, Lady Carlin. She punched the dungeon wall, and shattered it? Hey, what's happening here? I've never seen anything like this. Carlin's punch caused this? She's doing this with her bare hands? She's like I am the explosive stone. Hey, I've been thinking this throughout the stream. Even if she was going easy on opponents, could this kid withstand several hits from her? Is she actually pretty strong? That's probably true. Vomit might get teased by dungeon newbies for that D-player 10-minute escape, but she's definitely skilled enough to solo lower levels. Everything about her, except her personality, is legit. That's why Lady Carlin's abnormal strength in defeating that person became a sensation. Now we're re-evaluating Vomit. Come on, guys. Let's focus. What are you even talking about? Well, fighting a monster that can hide within walls, a monster that can destroy walls, the outcome would be. That's true, but the opponent is a D-player monster. If you let your guard down, even a top-ranking player could be taken down. It's that serious. Some comments still express the urgency of the situation. And as if to emphasize that fact, the battle continues. Despite having been completely torn apart by the explosion of the dungeon wall, the serpent regenerates its body and once again attacks Carlin. Carlin's regular strikes don't deal a fatal blow to the serpent, and it seems the drawn-out battle is about to replay. That's right. I forgot there's no surefire way to defeat that snake. We managed to seal away its troublesome earthquake, but what now? It was heavily damaged by the impact, yet it managed to recover? What about the core? What happened to the core? This thing is seriously too troublesome. The wall-breaking fist requires charging and can't be fired rapidly. Even if Carlin manages to grab and strike the serpent to prevent it from taking the impact, its smooth scales provide no grip. Despite successfully countering the earthquake-like move, There's no clear way to victory. However, Lady Carlin isn't one to be bound by conventional wisdom. Oh no. Everything is fine now. Carlin's voice dispels the unease in the comment section. Though I was disrupted by the shaking earlier, I've now fully grasped the movements and weaknesses of this opponent. In other words, victory is mine. Shewak. The serpent roars in disbelief, as if to say that's impossible. Carlin effortlessly evades its approaching attack as before, and the magic she channels into her hand is different from the one that shattered the dungeon wall. With sharpened focus, she condenses her magical power, elegantly pushing up the sleeve of her dress. In an instant, thud. Carlin's slender arm pierces deep into the serpent's body. This attack is unlike her usual strikes. Rather than a punch, it's a simultaneous activation of multiple skills, focused solely on piercing a single point. It was a good fight. With that, Carlin seizes the regenerating core within the serpent's body and, well then, farewell. She ruthlessly pulls it out. Goag! A resounding death cry echoes from the serpent's crimson maw. Its body, which exceeded 40 meters, collapses without dissolving into the ground. The impact shakes the earth, and that colossal form will never rise again. True silence returns to the spacious boss room. Phew! I managed to win gracefully without dirtying my dress. With that one final remark, Carlin's calm voice lingers. Did she win? She defeated it? She's not pretending to be dead or anything, right? In the now quiet live stream screen, bewildered comments gently drift by. Everyone seems frozen in front of their screens, taking time to accept the reality before them. However, as the silence fades and the serpent's body begins to crumble, confirming its defeat, the brief tranquility turns into fiery excitement in an instant. Whoa! Oh my goodness! What? You did it! You really did it? Unbelievable. This is insane. Seriously? No way. Did a 16-year-old girl actually solo a D-player irregular? Oh man. I can't believe it. I'm literally shouting and doing a victory pose in front of the screen. Whoa. This is giving me goosebumps all over. It's beyond amazing. Too amazing. I'm completely captivated. I'm going to clip and share this, regardless of earnings. I'll make sure everyone sees Lady Carlin's heroic feat. Legendary. Lady Carlin is a legend, the strongest and invincible lady. The comment section explodes with excitement. Comments pour in by the thousands, and the sheer volume makes it nearly impossible to read them all. Yet, even without reading the words, the viewer's enthusiasm comes through the screen. Wow, the comment count is unbelievable. And as the person who ignited this excitement, Carlin can't help but wonder how many people are actually paying attention to her. But as a streamer, she must respond to this, and as she's about to declare the completion of the quest, she suddenly realizes, hold on, could it be? Is this the perfect opportunity to make that dream scenario a reality? A scenario that she had always fantasized about. After defeating a formidable enemy, announce the name of the finishing move along with a triumphant shout. The realization strikes her. There's no choice but to go through with it. And so, the D-player irregular monster truly proved to be a formidable opponent. With the core of the defeated serpent held high like a banner of victory, Carlin turns toward the floating camera. She elegantly sways her dress, untouched by a single scratch despite the intense battle, and confidently declares, however, even its strength was helpless before my ultimate technique, which pierces through the monster's body without unnecessary destruction. Fist of Fury. It's decided. This grand battle, witnessed by so many, involves revealing her ultimate move's name in a triumphant shout to signify the defeat of an unexpectedly strong opponent. Successfully revealing the ultimate move's name, a secret she had cherished for a long time, in the most epic situation imaginable, Carlin is filled with excitement and confidence. People may have had this thug-like impression of me, but with such a graceful execution, I'm sure to dispel any misconceptions. With a satisfied smile on her face, Carlin eagerly observes the viewers' reactions, and then, Ha ha ha, laughter. Lady Carlin? What did she just say? Fist. Well, it's not wrong, but ha, taking on a D-player monster, with enhanced speculation, and the first thing she says after breaking through is this, ha. Lady Carlin's triumphant face is too cute, escaping reality. Is she really aware of the meaning of this? Haha. Cut the camera. We should stop Lady Carlin instead. Who can stop this runaway express called Lady Carlin? Oh no. Ha ha ha. Going from despair after encountering a deep layer monster to fist of fury. My emotions are all over the place. Tears are welling up. Ha ha ha. After seeing that triumphant face, I have no choice but to clip it. Lady Carlin must have been dying to reveal this move. I'll spread it with all my might. I'll help too. Let's spread this. With this much, we're bound to win. Stop it. Ha ha ha. Lady Carlin's public image is going to suffer. Ha ha ha. Wait for it. Even more. Now, Lady Carlin taught us that ignorance leads to destruction, so I'm just grateful. Oh. It's already at 200,000 concurrent viewers. What? 200,000? It's incredibly impressive. And I want to celebrate, but the situation is complicated. The comments continue to flood in, with a mix of laughter, excitement, and realization about the nature of Carlin's declaration. The comments' reactions seem strange. Carlin tilts her head as she watches the rapidly flowing comments. Recalling the scene from episode 25 of Dungeon Alive that she re-watched on an anime streaming site, where the enemy was pierced by a fist, she borrowed the comment Fist of Fury, because it sounded cool, but now, she wonders if she somehow misused it or misjudged the situation. It's bothering me, but there are so many WS in the comments, and the number of comments and concurrent viewership is skyrocketing in a scary way. I'm sure it wasn't bad. Distracted by the overwhelming number of concurrent viewers, Carlin ignores her curiosity for the time being. Amidst the excitement of the grand moment, Carlin returns from the dungeon. The post-buzz stream ends with an extraordinary record of 220,000 concurrent viewers. Afterward, right as Carlin emerges from the dungeon, she's bombarded with messages from her friend, Maffa. It's too late now. But just to ensure you don't repeat the same mistake, let me teach you the meaning behind your finishing move. Huh? Carlin turns beet red upon realizing her mistake from Maffa's message. Simultaneously, a sense of foreboding overwhelms her. Hurriedly checking social media, she finds trending number 1, Fist of Fury Lady, 150,000 tweets. Related keywords: Carlin Yamada, deep layer irregular. Whoa. The scream that escapes Carlin's mouth is even louder than when she trended as the Thug Lady 2 days prior. Further down the line, no, that's not it. I didn't mean it like that. It's a misunderstanding. I'm not the Fist of Fury Lady. The internet tricked me. It's a conspiracy. Carlin's excuses posted on social media garnered 40,000 retweets and 100,000 likes, but as expected, they only fueled the mischief of online users. The replies were filled with endless lol, ha ha ha, and OMG. Fist of Fury Lady remained a trending topic until the next day. In the search suggestions for Carlin Yamada, along with dangerous and graceful, Fist of Fury appeared. Carlin's horrified screams continued for several days, but as a result, Carlin's channel surpassed 1.2 million subscribers by the morning after the stream. Her social media followers exceeded 1 million. Not only did her subscriber count not drop, it exploded, and Carlin's status as a dungeon streamer was now rock solid, though not exactly in the way she had envisioned. Chapter 20 Bulletin Board Discussion Part 3, Graceful compilation of recent activities of Carlin Yamada, the ultra rising star of dungeon streaming. Elegant young level 1000 super strong explorer crushes gems and achieves 500,000 channel subscribers through a home stream the following day. Originally had 3 subscribers. Furthermore, in the dungeon stream the next day, conquers mid-level boss while sipping tea, achieving a time attack like speed, reveals the presence of an unknown special behavior and an unknown drop item from the famous mid-level boss leg-cutting skeleton. Grabs and swings the tail of the lower-level boss. Destroys dungeon walls barehanded. Subdues a suspected enhanced deep layer monster. She boasts numerous legendary achievements. The clips of these moments all exceed 1 million views almost instantly. The most popular videos are defeating the Shadow Wolf, Fist of Fury Lady, and defeating the deep layer irregular, with 5 million, 6 million, and 8 million views respectively. The D-player irregular seems to be going viral overseas, boosting the numbers. The total view count from all the clips is unknown. Trended #1 for 3 consecutive days with Thug Lady, Kalin Yamada, and Fist of Fury Lady. Various terms have dominated the trending topics these past few days, including Dungeon Alive, anime influence, T-speedruns, fake videos, Dungeon Boar Cannon, and Minicopter. As a result, within just a few days of going viral, her channel gained an additional 1.2 million subscribers, surpassing 1 million SNS followers. Isn't this a bit too much of a leap? It's an overwhelming flood of information. Well, it's not that big of a deal. Even the T-acrobatics conqueror chick quit with some lousy excuses as soon as she reached the lower layers. Trambles. Why is she blitzing through the upper and mid levels without spilling her tea? Because of this insane situation, quite a few clippers have attached disclaimers like "not a fake video" and "this lady has undergone special training. Don't try this at home" to their videos. It's really amusing. Kalin Sama, even having a conscience as a hyena, is truly splendid. Thought process stops. Kalin Sama quotes from the past few days. Do you not feel sorry for the mother who suffered and birthed you? TSK, you're an adult explorer, yet you're acting so immature. Akvo. Awkward noise. Gulp, gulp. This is the elegant way to conquer a dungeon. Shall we dance? It's true. Encountering a D-player irregular. It's exactly like a scene from an anime. The best shot, Fist of Fury. They're still tame, but you could probably make a lineup soon. In the lineup of quotes, Mother is definitely batting cleanup, but then comes Fist of Fury, an ace on the level of Shahatani, suddenly rising to 4th place. Truly hilarious. Apologize to Otani, damn it. The thread is being dominated by lewd jokes. Lol. It's Kara no Jusama's fault. Rare sighting of someone being logical. The person who left the lewd comment Fist of Fury during the anime stream of Dungeon Alive episode 25 is the biggest culprit. After conquering the tremendously irregular D-player monster, making an unwittingly lewd comment right after is just too impactful. Well, it can't be helped. Speaking of which, the clip from the streaming video with the comment that likely led to Kalin Sama's misunderstanding has reached 3 million views overnight. Hilarious. This, lol, excerpt from the Dungeon Alive episode 25 comment scene that likely led to Kara no Jusama's major blunder. URL, swiftly hilarious. The person who left that comment must be laughing their head off now. Isn't it quite nerve-wracking, considering the possibility that the monstrous young lady who slew a beast with her bare hands might hold a grudge? The person who left that comment must be pitifully laughing their head off, even though all they did was write a slightly tasteless comment. Unlucky, even considering it just happened right after the buzz. Hitting 220,000 concurrent viewers is pretty intense. Isn't that top tier not just within the dungeon streaming community, but also in the entire streaming industry? If you're talking about that, Kalin Sama made it to 50,000 concurrent viewers in a home stream right after humiliating the Vomit Sama, after gaining further attention for saying, "I want to be a no-Ju Sama like Setsuna." In that home stream, where she outshone herself, and then reenacting the anime faithfully, well, if anything, she's gone beyond the anime. Is it really that exaggerated? Everyone's been lifting her up too much these past few days. It's somewhat summarized in one, but really, Kalin Sama only conquered upper and mid levels without spilling a drop of tea, speedrun the Dungeon Boar Cannon, instantly killed the fly caterpillar swarm with it, revealed the existence of the long unknown mid-level boss's special move and rare drop item in a perfectly free clip, and also smashed an enhanced D-player monster that may or may not have been boosted, all while wearing a dress and without getting dirty. Isn't that it? A monster beyond monsters. Please note that some comments have been omitted for brevity and clarity. Show some restraint, idiot. Well, if such a monstrous rookie suddenly appears, it's natural that the entire internet would be colored with Kalin Sama. The top 10 rankings of Nyan-EO videos were filled with clips. It was quite astonishing. I even took commemorative screenshots. Snap snap. Furthermore, Kara no Jusama tweeted on Twitter, Even I, who ran out of tea in the lower layers, am still far from Setsuna-sama, and it seems she hasn't surpassed the anime after all. Insane, as a compliment. Aren't all explorers this nuts? It's quite embarrassing to be associated with Kalin-sama. Well, considering they regularly interact with monsters and their lives, it's natural for some of them to lose their marbles. That young lady seems to have been crazy even before becoming an explorer. She's not just a natural-born lady, she's a natural-born destroyer. Who would have thought that the individual who believes they're a lady theory from another thread would suddenly gain some plausibility here? Well, she seems like a good kid at heart, so, even so, why was such an incredible individual buried for over a year? I no longer doubt it was staged, but it's genuinely puzzling. That's been discussed in various threads and conclusions have been reached. It seems the content was so unreal that occasional viewers assumed it was all fake and immediately dismissed it as nonsense. It's in the most recent archive here. URL. Ah, I see. I understand now. The poor thing, after being mercilessly labeled as fake in the comments, she must have looked so devastated. But I can't really blame the person who called it fake. In fact, even in the comments of the spreading clips, there are still people questioning its authenticity. Deservedly so. Actually, calling those terrifying scenes an advanced preview of a well-made dungeon movie wouldn't be far off, especially the part where she destroys the dungeon walls and swings around the lower-level boss's tail. I still can't fully process those. Could it be that without the germs beating incident, this young lady would still be buried? Well, once they became adults, some clan would have definitely discovered her due to the value of her loot materials. Well, in any case, there's a fairly high chance she would have remained buried for another 4 years. It's complicated, but I'm thankful to that germs for spreading awareness about her. It's good that the young lady, who had suspicions about being a struggling student, got rewarded early, and I'm happy that I discovered such an entertaining channel. The theory about Kara no Ju-sama being a struggling student is practically confirmed. The furnishings in her home stream that resemble those of a lady are all handmade, and there were mentions of a lack of money for equipment in a well-used water bottle. Moreover, there's a story that the tea shortage in the mid-levels was due to cost-saving measures. It's a bit hard to imagine that if it weren't for the germs incident, she'd still be alone, broadcasting. It's a little tough to think about. Seriously. Her monetization application seems to be underway, but I hope it gets approved soon. It's not right for a monster explorer of that caliber to struggle with getting enough tea, and so on. The day when that vomit incident spread and brought awareness to the young lady's existence turned out to be the only good thing that germs did. Absolutely. Hey, speaking of which, after hearing about germs, I wondered what that vomit guy was up to, so I looked it up and he seems to have secured a streaming slot. URL. Huh? Seriously? He's out of the hospital and streaming again? Oops, I didn't subscribe to his channel, so I completely missed this. The Oju-sama whirlwind made me completely forget about that. Hilarious. He's streaming with such a straight face. How? With so many taunting topics, I'm torn about where to start. Ha ha ha. Could anyone have ever imagined the day would come when we'd be eagerly waiting for his streams? Everyone seems to be on the same page. There's an unprecedented number of viewers waiting for his stream. Ha ha ha. Alright, moving to the germs anti-thread. Chapter 21 Shadow Wolf's livestream. The nuisance dungeon streamer, Jiro, known as Cage Sega, had been discharged from the hospital. It had been about a week since he was utterly crushed by Yamada Carlin. He had suffered multiple fractures, contusions, and even internal organ damage. But with the superhuman healing abilities of a level 1000 explorer and the use of his self-made healing acceleration potions, he somehow managed to get discharged. As soon as he returned home, Cage immediately posted an announcement for a live stream. He started the live broadcast, visibly irritated. His goal was clear, to denounce Yamada Carlin, who had attacked him unfairly and shattered his pride. His explanation was that such a sneak attack couldn't determine his true strength, perhaps due to the recent commotion, The number of concurrent viewers was at an all-time high. Cage clicked the start button for the live stream with blood boiling in his veins. Instantly, "Greetings, Lord Cage. How are the wounds from getting trounced by that upstart noblewoman?" While I was lost in the dungeon, Lady Carlin came to my rescue. How fortunate. Such luck doesn't come often, you know. After this, you might want to reconsider those crazy explosion stone antics, my lord. Well, I heard you were discharged, but did you really go home alone? There's a plethora of noble ladies in your video, my lord. It's a herb garden. The comments on Lady Vomit's stream are surprisingly refined. It's an herb field. It seems there's an Osaka middle-aged man mixed among the noblewoman. Herb. What the hell are you all joking about? Right at the start, Cage was furious, replying in an aggravated tone to the large crowd of noblewoman's fans who were annoying him. That was just a little lapse. Besides, that woman's attack was a complete sneak attack. There's no way that counts as my defeat. If we fight fairly, I'd win. Comments like, "We expected you to say that," and "in a dungeon where one moment of carelessness can lead to death. Isn't that practically a declaration of defeat?" started pouring in. But he had rehearsed arguments against such shallow anti-comments thoroughly. Despite his emotional outburst and irritation, Cage was determined to systematically refute these antis. However, what followed from the antis was an unexpected series of comments. "Well, if you were careless, there's no helping it. By the way, have you watched Lady Carlin's stream? She punched to death those upgraded monsters that forced you to retreat in just 10 minutes, you know? She also smashed the dungeon walls with her bare hands. Your frail body couldn't destroy the extremely dangerous explosion stone without using it. Lord Cage, it seems you're rather slow-witted to underestimate such a supernatural noble lady. So adorable, with such a cute head. You won't be able to face your dear mother who gave birth to you with so much pain, you know, huh?" Before he could let anger take over, Cage was overwhelmed by the barrage of nonsensical comments, more bewildered and puzzled than furious. "What the hell are you guys talking about? Don't just spew nonsense to provoke me. You're exaggerating everything. That kid couldn't possibly do all that, huh? Is he about to vomit again? Oh, I see. Why is this person so confident? I wondered. Lol. May I ask, were you in a hospital where you couldn't access the internet, huh?" The comments took on an odd tone, and Cage furrowed his brow, increasingly puzzled by what they were saying. Indeed, he had refrained from using the internet since his hospitalization. The horrendous video of him being beaten to a pulp had gone viral, and everyone was having a field day with it. He couldn't even defend himself through streaming in that situation, leading to a buildup of stress. Furthermore, with his pride thoroughly crushed, he had no intention of talking to the Black Tiger members and had distanced himself from worldly information. But what were they getting at? As Cage puzzled over this, a comment popped up. 10,000 yen. Here's a summary of Lady Carlin's dungeon stream highlights from the other day. Link URL. What the hell? You guys are going to these lengths, even with red supers? Seriously, what's the point of going this far to? What? He played the video sent along with the high-value donation message, and Cage was stunned on the spot. The video showed various extraordinary feats from Carlin Yamada's recent dungeon stream, things Cage was seeing for the first time. She's so serious about it. It's hilarious. I'm as amazed as when I first saw a clipping video. Of course, anyone would react that way. LOL. Carlin-sama's dungeon conquest reactions are more interesting than the foreigner reactions I saw. It's so worth it to have tuned in today to see Lady Vomit's reaction to Lady Carlin's dungeon conquest. You guys are sending me elaborately fake videos. Are you kidding me? Are you all conspiring to support her this much? Do you want to make it seem like I lost so badly? There's no way anyone other than a monster could have defeated me. Well, in reality, he understood. The heightened senses of an explorer who had reached level 1000 could easily discern fakes. There was no doubt that these outrageous videos were genuine. Social media trends were dominated by this topic, and some internet users had gone beyond the bounds of reasonable mischief. But even so, Cage couldn't immediately believe the various feats Carlin Yamada had achieved in just one stream. I thought it was a fake video. I really did. Well, even Lady Vomiter doubts, you know? Lord Cage, you seem to have noticed that this isn't fake. Your voice is shaking, lol. It's clear that you're rattled, Herb. All the noblewomen in the comments are saying yeah. We understand even though Lord Cage can't accept it, lol. It's commendable that you still haven't admitted defeat at this point. Even at this stage, wouldn't it be better to admit it? You lost to a 16-year-old girl. Lord Cage. Suddenly, a fireball straight from the sky. Fastball, my lady. It's a 200 kilometers per hour. Insult, Herb. Don't shout like that, you guys. I've been saying I didn't lose. Cage shouted with all his might. However, well, you don't have to yell so much. That's right. Admitting it would make things easier. Thanks to being trounced by Lady Carlin, look at your concurrent viewers. Well, it looks like, even without being as naughty as you were, Lord Cage, you've got these numbers. That's good. Lord Cage, your channel subscribers have increased slightly thanks to Lady Carlin's leftovers. From tomorrow, you don't need to do any more annoying flame-ups, do you? I have a proposal. How about a collaboration stream where Lady Carlin scolds you? I'm sure you'll get a ton of subscribers by the end of it. How about a spanking live stream? This is sure to explode your subscriber count. Everyone's waiting. Even if Lady Carlin is a barbarian, she has the right to choose her collaboration partner, right? These damn acting all high and mighty even though they're not strong. In this situation where anything he said would likely just result in 10 times the provocation coming back at him, Cage gritted his teeth. His premeditated counter-arguments seemed utterly useless. This was primarily due to Carlin Yamada demonstrating her absolute strength, which easily blew away any feeble attempts at reasoning Cage could muster. No matter how skillfully he questioned the sneak attack, it would only amount to the howls of a defeated dog. This wasn't the plan. For this live stream, he had intended to relentlessly accuse Carlin of her sneak attack and question her abilities. From there, he planned to challenge her to a rematch. By engaging in a public internet broadcast match, he would ensure she couldn't escape, and this time, they would face each other head-on without any surprise attacks. It was all part of the plan to restore his tarnished honor. But this ridiculous situation now. Even if Carlin Yamada avoided a rematch, the public would never think she had run away. They would likely see it as a powerful figure being kind to someone beneath them. If these videos were indeed genuine, then the outcome was clearly visible just by watching. Damn it all. Cage realized he was far from achieving his original plan. Cutting off the stream, which had devolved into non-stop trolling, he once again ground his teeth while rewatching the videos sent by Carlin Yamada. His expression was filled with intense frustration, and it looked like his blood vessels were about to burst. With his pride shredded to pieces, he couldn't recover it so easily. As he gazed at the videos sent by netizens, he was on the verge of smashing the screen, but his eyes remained locked on the footage, brimming with intense concentration. Calm down. There's no way this unbelievable strength doesn't have some kind of trick. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional her talent was, there had to be some sort of secret behind her ability to perform such ridiculous feats at just 16 years old. Figuring that out and preparing countermeasures, I'll spend as much time and money as it takes to crush her head-on. He refused to accept the disgrace of being defeated by a mere newcomer. He absolutely would not. With that determination in mind, Cage meticulously analyzed Carlin's videos that had gone viral, saving them for reference. Then, he started watching Carlin's channel archives from the beginning to gather as much detailed information as possible. Of course, fueled by anger, he wouldn't subscribe to her channel or follow her on social media. Chapter 22 Anew every day. Since the broadcast where she defeated the D-player Irregular, Carlin's life had become quite chaotic, especially the day after the broadcast. Oh, it's Carlin-sama. I thought she was just some weirdo, but she's amazing. Could you shake hands, please? Well, if you could go easy on us, huh? What's going on? As soon as she arrived at school, she was surrounded by a large crowd of students. It became such a commotion that it seemed like classes might start late. Fortunately, Carlin had considered autographs even before becoming a streamer. With the super speed of an explorer capable of soloing lower levels, she managed to swiftly handle the fans' requests and somehow bring the commotion to an end. However, Carlin was exhausted in a way she had never experienced before. She lost the energy to do a live stream that day, muttering, "Is this what happens when you become popular through streaming?" While Carlin's school had not been identified for harassment, which was fortunate as there was no such harassment, perhaps due to the awe inspired by Carlin, it could have turned into a nightmare if the number of people had increased further. But the disturbances weren't limited to her daily life. Carlin's announcement SNS received an avalanche of offers from major clans and streaming agencies all over the country. After the last broadcast, overwhelmed with requests, she had to close her DMs, direct messages, and posted a pinned tweet saying, "I don't plan to join any clan or agency for now, learning from Lady Setsuna's solo adventures. To deal with them hastily." Furthermore, the guards at the dungeon entrance, who had previously ignored Carlin's words during the Shadow Irregular incident, formally apologized through the Explorer Guild. Carlin reiterated in her live stream, "I don't mind at all. In fact, I'm grateful that you were worried and even called an ambulance." She continued to respond to various situations on multiple fronts. Moreover, the impact of the recent broadcast, which was now being called a legend or even a myth on the internet, was significant. "Carlin-sama is so cool, isn't she? Yeah, she's incredible." The early highlight clips have already reached 10 million views. You, the hardcore fan, must be playing those on repeat. He. On a weekday morning, as Carlin walked to school, she overheard a group of girls from another school chatting brightly. It seemed they were watching Carlin's videos while going to school, and Carlin couldn't help but secretly smile when she heard her name mentioned. He. This uproar is not very elegant, and I learned that in school the other day, so I won't initiate conversations like this, but it makes me really happy to see people talking about me like this. Not too long ago, with zero concurrent viewers and frequent accusations of being fake from the occasional viewer, Carlin couldn't believe how far she had come. But her composure was shattered in the next moment. "Good morning, what kind of video are you watching?" A tall girl who had joined the group of girls in front of her peered into her screen. "Wait, are you all fans of Fist of Fury Oju-sama too?" "Well, I got sucked into it too, so." "Hey, stop that outside." "Pufufu. Yeah, it's a misunderstanding, right?" Carlin-sama even said so. Carlin froze upon hearing that word. "Oh no. I thought this would blow over in a week, but it's still going on." In her mind, she screamed at the reality that even passing female students had been infiltrated by the Fist of Fury Oju-sama meme. In order to avoid being recognized by the girls in front of her and those around her as Yamada Carlin, she quickly changed her hairstyle from the Oju-sama hair to a ponytail and fled the scene. Since being surrounded in the school corridor or at the entrance would inconvenience everyone, she made a quick dash, leaping up to the third floor with USHH. With the momentum from her hasty escape, Carlin shouted, "Whoa!" and opened the balcony window, rushing into her own classroom. Oh, Carlin is going to school from the balcony again. It's amazing no matter how many times I see it, classmates murmured casually, but Carlin clung to her best friend, Maifu, in distress. "I thought things were starting to settle down on my channel after that incident, but it's been a week and the meme contamination won't stop. It's the dark side of the internet. It's the worst." Yes, I know. It's that thing again. Maifu, accustomed to dealing with Carlin's distress, replied in a calm tone. "Well, I sympathize with the strange turn of events, but it's not like you're in the middle of a major controversy, right? And your channel's subscriber count must have skyrocketed, thanks to this." That may be true, but, as Maifu pointed out, the subscriber count for natural-born Oju-sama, Yamada Carlin's elegant dungeon exploration had indeed skyrocketed since then. Approximately 1.5 million subscribers. Carlin's records, achievements, and shocking footage from her recent dungeon exploration had spread far and wide over time. With Carlin consistently streaming, the influx of viewers to her channel showed no sign of stopping. Many of those who subscribed had watched her elegant dungeon explorations before deciding to subscribe, which was a positive outcome. However, based on the analytics available on her channel settings, such as the time-based progression of subscriber count and demographics like age and gender, and the activity on social media, it seemed that the influx from the Fist of Fury meme was quite significant. In other words, just like during her gangster Oju-sama phase, quite a few people had subscribed with the wrong impression. This was crucial. When it comes to maintaining the concept of elegant dungeon exploration, it can be problematic if subscribers increase with the wrong impression, as it often leads to the decline of the channel in the long run, and I really don't want the Fist of Fury Oju-sama image to spread further. Well, you'll just have to continue streaming diligently or do something to change that impression. It's not like you need to change who you are. In your case, if you keep streaming as usual, the wrong impression will be overwritten sooner or later. That's true. Carlin nodded in agreement with Maifu's words. As long as I don't make any mistakes and continue to showcase my elegance in my streams, my image should gradually change in the right direction, right? Yeah, well, that's it. I'll do my best with my streams. So, Carlin prepared for her live stream right after school. However, it wasn't just about changing the impression created by the Fist of Fury meme. As Maifu said, continuous live streaming is essential to establish the elegant image, and now is the time to keep streaming every day while riding the wave of buzz and increasing fans. Honestly, the increase in subscribers was a bit overwhelming. Trends on the internet could change rapidly, and there was no telling when a sudden decline might occur. It was crucial to seize the opportunity to increase subscribers and build a dedicated fan base while it lasted. However, Carlin had also received advice from Maifu that constantly diving into dungeons in front of a large number of viewers could unconsciously accumulate fatigue and become dangerous. It could also lead to a sense of monotony. So, today, I'll be live streaming from home. Following her best friend's advice, Carlin started her live stream from her own room. Little did she know that the live stream that day would lead to an even greater commotion than her dungeon conquest from the day before. Chapter 23: The Secret of the Dress. Hello, everyone. It's time for Yamada Carlin's elegant home live stream. The moment Carlin started her live stream in the room, a flood of comments appeared on the screen. The numbers were even higher than when Carlin had done her first home live stream after the Fist of Fury meme. As she glanced, the concurrent viewers kept increasing rapidly, quickly surpassing 20,000. For a channel primarily focused on dungeon exploration, this was an abnormal spike in viewership. It had been about a week since the live stream where she had defeated the deep monster. Carlin had been live streaming almost every day since then, maintaining an average of around 80,000 concurrent viewers, which was top tier in the industry. Even during casual home live streams, she consistently crossed 60,000 viewers. Her archived videos also garnered substantial views. While Carlin had expected the hype to die down after a week, it seemed that she would likely maintain a stable viewership of over 60,000 today as well. Kaya, are all these people here for me again today? Despite getting used to live streaming in front of this many viewers, Carlin still felt flustered when confronted with such unreal numbers. She made an effort to stay composed. Thank you so much for joining today. As I mentioned earlier, we'll be having a chat while I answer questions from Twitter and the chat. Continuing her opening statement, she noted that a significant number of people had gathered, and she was now ready to dive into the live stream. So, just like Setsuna-sama, I don't have any plans to join a clan. Setsuna-sama did more group activities towards the end, but I'm still far from that level. I can't even manage to keep tea from running out. So even if I were to join a clan, I would need to improve my skills a lot first. Comments flowed steadily in response to Carlin's answer. Still planning to improve, huh? Your determination knows no bounds. When you talk about Setsuna-sama's level, that's like, at the end of the story, reaching beyond the deep abyss and into the netherworld. Are you planning world domination? Then, amidst the comments, one question caught Carlin's eye. Can I cosplay as Carlin-sama? Your dungeon conquest scenes are so elegant. I can't help but want to imitate them. Oh, really? Of course. It's okay. It appeared that a viewer had been inspired by Carlin's dungeon conquest scenes and wanted to cosplay as her. Carlin gave her enthusiastic approval. If anyone else wants to cosplay as well, please don't hesitate to ask. As long as it's done in good taste, everything is fine. I used to make Setsuna-sama's dress equipment myself for fun, you know. Look at this. Feeling delighted by the unexpected question, Carlin picked out the account of the person who asked the cosplay question, at Suoki Soijay Taishura, and retrieved her smartphone. There, she found a selfie of herself from the time when she had enjoyed cosplaying as Setsuna. Wow, did you make this yourself? The materials looked pretty plain even in the photo, but the quality is amazing. You look so fresh and young compared to now. This picture really conveys how much fun you are having. So, it's been revealed, but you really, really love Setsuna-sama, don't you? Breaking news, Carlin-sama had a high level of femininity even back then. Carlin blushed slightly at the comments and smiled as she shared her cosplay days with her viewers. Comments on Carlin's cosplay photos sparked various reactions. At Suoki Soijay Taishura, thank you so much. Your cosplay outfits are incredibly detailed, and I admire them. Oh, but I have another question. The comment from a cosplay viewer who Carlin had pinned caught her attention again. At Suoki Soijay Taishura, is Carlin-sama's dress something special? I've been trying to replicate the texture, but it doesn't seem to work out. Do you know the materials? To this question, Carlin hesitated for a moment and then said, actually, this dress is made from the skin of a giant jellyfish that appears in the lower levels of the dungeon, so if you want to replicate the texture, you might need to use materials from lower-level jellyfish that appear in the upper levels of the dungeon. At Suoki Soijay Taishura, huh? The cosplay enthusiasts are freaking out. The conversation took a turn. Cosplay enthusiasts are speechless. Instantly, the atmosphere in the comments section changed dramatically. At Suoki Soijay Taishura, huh? A giant jellyfish from the lower levels. Wait, Carlin Ojaozuma? You mean the bottom-tier boss monster with absurd regeneration, potent venom, and even the ability to mimic the Venucourage? That's it. It's made from materials provided by that particular creature. At Suoki Soijay Taishura, no way. Wait, the Venucourage is a top-tier boss monster that only appears in the deepest dungeons, right? Isn't a dress made from those materials a super high-end item? Breaking news. Carlin Ojaozuma was a monster wearing monster skin. As the comments buzzed with shock, a lengthy comment was posted. Wait a minute. I always found it strange that Carlin-sama, who stands out so much in that dress, was never spotted at the entrances or upper middle levels of popular dungeons. Could it be that the dress still retains the mimicry ability of the Venucourage? Oh, you've got a sharp eye. Truly, you're my esteemed listener. Carlin affirmed the comment, and then, she casually infused her dress with a bit of magic. I can only do a few specific patterns. But, as you can see, it has a bit of transformation capability. Carlin's dress instantly transformed into a typical battle attire, with a design completely different from before. Even her hair color changed to match the outfit, creating an entirely different impression compared to a few seconds ago. In fact, Carlin had been using this dress's hidden ability to blend in as an ordinary explorer in the upper and middle levels of dungeons. Part of the reason was to avoid being recognized, as Mafa had given her a lecture about the importance of not standing out. The main reason, though, was that in the upper middle levels of dungeons where many explorers congregated, there was a high chance of encountering fellow professionals. Being in a dress often led to unwanted interactions, advice, or warnings from others. So, to avoid unnecessary attention, she had fully utilized the mimicry feature to not stand out. Carlin casually revealed the dress's capabilities, but this confession shocked her viewers! Wait, is she using some kind of real-time image processing app or something? The theory of changing clothes inside the dungeon or using wigs is collapsing here. Wow, It's magical equipment, isn't it? Wait, does this mean that there's a possibility I crossed paths with Kala no Jaozuma, who was in disguise, at the entrances or upper levels of dungeons in the city? This is spooky. Could you please stop with the scary stories for a moment? Is today's live stream a horror story session? Everyone, please be mindful of dungeon etiquette. Even if she's not wearing a dress, even if her hair color is different, it might still be Kalin-sama. The explorer community is trembling. Why is everyone so terrified? Well, you see, because it's like saying, I like going to the safari park, but I won't get out of the car. As Kalin joined in the spirited, or perhaps spooky, comments, a new question surged in. Wait, how much did that dress cost? Considering that only a rare breed of production-focused explorers can manipulate materials from lower-level bosses, isn't magical equipment made from lower-level monster materials incredibly expensive? Even if we consider the fee for hiring a master-level craftsman who can handle lower-level materials, it's easily in the tens of millions, right? How much, in tens of thousands of dollars, did that dress cost? Oh, it's free, you know. Because I made it myself. Flowing with the questions, Kalin delivered this statement with a completely natural expression. Chapter 24 Kalin's unique skill, ? Huh? What? She made a magical equipment dress with camouflage abilities? She made it? What does that mean? How did she make magical equipment? Well, of course I made it with my crafting skill, Kalin replied. The comments section was left speechless. Continuing on, Kalin added, by the way, not just the dress, but also the elegant furniture and teacups in the background are items I made from monster materials with sentimental value. She took this opportunity to brag about the aristocratic set she had diligently put together. This caused panic among the viewers. Huh? What do you mean? Wait. Are you telling me that Kalin-sama has crafting skills too? A barbarian-style delinquent DIY Jaozuma. Is that it? I can't make heads or tails of this anymore. Seriously, Faye? As Kalin tilted her head in response to the rapidly flowing comments, it was only natural for the comments section's reactions. Skills were a collective term for various special abilities that manifested when a person was active with levels. Apart from the basics, the conditions for their manifestation and methods of leveling them up hadn't been fully systematized, even after several decades of dungeon appearances. However, it was understood that a person's aptitude and activities, both inside and outside the dungeon, strongly influenced the skills they acquired. There were clear differences in the tendency of acquired skills, often divided into categories like combat jobs, magic jobs, and production and processing jobs, reflecting individual aptitudes. Hence, it was hard to believe that Kalin, who could defeat deep-sea monsters without a scratch, also possessed crafting skills. It was beyond belief for the viewers. Wait a second, the dress is made from Venacourage materials, right? Due to the high magical concentration in lower-level materials, you need to raise your crafting skill significantly to work with them, don't you? Kala no Jaozuma, with that level of combat power, can you really craft lower-level materials? Well, there's a bit of a situation with the dress, Kalin began, looking a bit flustered. In the midst of the comments going wild, she hastily corrected herself. As a matter of fact, I have a unique skill called Divine Artisan. Thanks to it, I can work with lower-level materials from the start without having to level up my crafting skill. So, I made this dress using Divine Artisan. A unique skill was one that manifested when a person received levels in the dungeon and was separate from the commonly acquired skills. It heavily depended on an individual's temperament and talent, often having more unique and powerful effects than regular skills. Among them, Divine Artisan was a unique skill in the production and processing category, allowing the creation of various equipment and magical items using monster materials. Thanks to this skill, Kalin was able to work with lower-level materials. Is that so? She has a unique skill. Oh Jaozuma, I thought for sure it would be a combat-related unique skill, but it's a crafting-related one? There's too much information to process. My brain is going haywire. Amazing. Thank you very much. However, as you all may already know, This unique skill isn't really all that amazing, Carlin modestly stated, being entirely serious. It's not a matter of modesty, I'm being sincere, she continued. Items made with Divine Artisan can only be used by the creator themselves, and while you can create high-quality equipment using lower-level materials from the start, you can't work with the more affordable materials available in the upper and middle levels. So, even though it's convenient, it's not that practical. As Carlin explained, Divine Artisan was known as a unique skill with downsides. In addition to requiring a significant amount of gold to train due to the need for lower-level materials, using Divine Artisan was also subject to a mysterious restriction where only the skill user could utilize the processed items. As a result, it was considered a mostly useless ability. However, the shock among the viewers still lingered. True, it's a well-known bad unique skill, but given Carlin Sama's combat power, it doesn't seem like much of a drawback. Does it? Wait a second. Does that mean both the dress and the furniture, even the teacups, are made from lower-level materials? It looked like cardboard cutouts at first, but they're real high-end Ojauzuma's room items? I may have worded that a bit confusingly. I made the furniture and teacups using a regular crafting skill that happened to level up while using Divine Artisan. Unlike equipment, furniture and furnishings are better suited for upper and middle-level materials due to their moderate magical properties. So, you do have a regular crafting skill after all? Really? Aren't combat skills and crafting skills completely different in terms of training direction and aptitude? In theory, it's not impossible. It's like mastering both baseball and chess at the same time. Well, even if it's furniture and not magical equipment, shouldn't you still need at least a low-level crafting skill to make something of that quality? The quality of that furniture. Furniture enthusiasts were initially trying to identify the brand. Seriously, though, isn't something fishy when a combat-oriented explorer with such strong skills also possesses crafting skills? Is she really a skill user for crafting? At Suoki Soijay Taishura, as expected of Carlin Ojauzuma, the comments section continued to buzz with excitement and disbelief due to Carlin's outrageous statements. As Carlin observed the restless comments, memories of a cruel fake accusation from when she was broadcasting alone came to her mind. Given the nature of being an unusually unique skill, Divine Artisan and everything related to it hadn't been widely explored. It seemed that the viewers found it hard to believe Carlin's words entirely. Of course, having witnessed Carlin's extraordinary feats so far, the viewers weren't outright denying her claims, but it was challenging for them to fully accept her words based solely on trust. In an instant, Carlin had already decided on the content for her next stream. I understand what you all want to say. So, here's the plan. Seeing is believing. Tomorrow's stream will show you the process of obtaining materials and crafting furniture from scratch. I've been wanting a new sofa for my home streams anyway. With this announcement, Carlin decided to change things up a bit for the next stream, and for now, today's stream came to an end. As Carlin's statement had been so shocking, there wasn't even time for someone to raise the question, wait, how does Carlin-sama, who seems to be short on funds, obtain dungeon materials and craft them? Chapter 25 Commencement of Crafting Skill Stream. Today as well, Carlin-sama's home stream live commentary thread number 5, Elegant Moments. After Carlin's home stream had ended for a while. 709, wait, isn't it prohibited to bring back dungeon materials, especially for minors? There's some allowance for personal use, right? 710, no, taking them out is strictly prohibited, regardless. 711, right? So what about Carlin Ojauzuma's stream tomorrow? Given her current financial situation, can she really obtain the materials to make the sofa? Even upper-level materials are moderately expensive. 712. Now that you mention it. 713. Speaking of which, she mentioned that she made that bizarre dress herself. But how did she get the materials? 714. Huh? Is she really taking materials out? 715. I don't think Carlin Ojauzuma is that foolish. 716. But she's the fistfuck Ojauzuma, After all. 717. Quit with the invincible comebacks. 718. Stop with the forbidden cards. 719. Ojaozuma knows no rules. 720. That's Carlin Sama's story. We, regular Ojaozuma, have order and common sense. 721. Seriously, what's going to happen with tomorrow's stream? I'm getting worried. 722. I totally forgot. I was still in shock from Carlin Ojauzuma's dress secret and the revelation of her crafting skill. 723. But during her recent stream, she properly discarded a rare drop from the foot-cutting skeletons. Miners should know the rule about not taking materials out, right? 724. That's right. So, what does Carlin Sama plan to do? 725. Could it be that she's broke because she bought the materials for that dress? 726. If that's the case, she could have just bought a regular dress and changed into it inside the dungeon or added a wig. 727. Carlin Sama's SNS account has been flooded with replies lately, so asking a question would probably get buried. Let's just wait until tomorrow. Narration. Good day, everyone. It's time for Yamada Carlin's Elegant Dungeon livestream. The next day, after finishing school, Carlin had immediately started her live stream. The location was a certain dungeon within the city. By the time the stream began, she had already reached the middle floors and the dungeon walls were visible behind her. Waited so long. I heard the Ojaozuma who defeats deep-sea monsters has a crafting skill. Crafting skill streaming is rare, so it's refreshing. Huh? Wait, isn't the background a dungeon? What's that? Could it be that the crafting skill showcase is postponed? Carlin, oh no. It's as I announced. I'll definitely showcase the crafting skill. By the way, I want a new sofa, so today, instead of using the Divine Artisan that can only work with materials from the lower levels, I'll use the regular crafting skill. So, let's start with gathering materials right here, in the middle levels. Exclamation mark. Gathering materials in the dungeon? What does that mean? Carlin Sama is a miner, so shouldn't she be unable to use materials gathered in the dungeon? Since yesterday's stream, there had been concerns on some message boards regarding this issue. When Carlin suddenly mentioned gathering materials in the dungeon, a flood of question marks appeared in the comments section. Carlin, foo. Well, you see, there's actually a little loophole, Carlin unusually teased. Or perhaps boasted with a smile. Carlin, well, I'll keep that part for later. For now, as I mentioned, we'll start by gathering materials. I'm going to make the best new sofa. And so, Carlin temporarily set aside the viewer's questions and continued to advance through the middle layers of the dungeon as usual. Carlin, wait, there seemed to be a lot of viewers from the very beginning today. Just under 10 minutes since starting the stream, the concurrent viewers had exceeded 60,000. Originally, Carlin's dungeon streams in the past week had averaged around 80,000 concurrent viewers. Furthermore, the story of Yamada Carlin having a crafting skill that was revealed during yesterday's stream had spread like wildfire on the internet. Many people were curious about whether an explorer with such combat strength indeed possessed a crafting skill. The concurrent viewership was steadily increasing, and surpassing 80,000 was only a matter of time. Carlin, oh, it's a dungeon bull. The leather from that monster has excellent texture and moisture absorption, although it's a bit of a hassle with the horns. I'll go hunting. Dungeon bull, moo. Carlin, and over there, those spring hoppers have tails that make excellent springs. So, I'll hunt them. Spring hopper, boing. Carlin, here they are. A flock of sheep killers. Their fur is fluffy and their poison is top-notch. Considering the drop rate, I want to hunt at least 50. Sheep killer. Ojaozuma is way too energetic. Lol. Exciting Ojaozuma. Genocide Ojaozuma. As always, she takes 0 damage to her dress. It's a nightmare for monsters. Lol. She made furniture materials from monsters while wearing a dress made from monsters. Isn't she like the Ed Gain of the Rewirer? Lol. What's that? A gruesome killer who made clothes and everyday items from murdered people. Calling an Ojaozuma an Ed Gain is more like a medieval cruel noble. Medieval noble. So that means she's elegant, right? As Carlin continued to mercilessly beat up monsters in her usual style, the comments section remained lively, cheering for Carlin's elegant dungeon conquest. Amidst all this, a question appeared in Carlin's view that seemed to be filled with renewed horror at her combat style. I've been wondering since yesterday, but if you have a crafting skill, Carlin-sama, can't you make weapons? Why do you always fight barehanded? Carlin: well, there are various reasons for that. Carlin answered the question as she adjusted her bags, separating them by material type, and continued to search for her next target, in keeping with the streaming style. Carlin: you see, when I first started as an explorer, I didn't have much money. I couldn't afford to buy weapons, so initially, I was clearing dungeons with a bat I found lying around. A found bat? Seriously? Lol. So, you're basically a delinquent Ojaozuma? Carlin: but the bat broke quite quickly. So, I decided to try fighting barehanded, and it turned out to be more durable and cost-effective since it could be repaired. Eventually, I learned to make weapons, but I had already become accustomed to fighting barehanded. Well, the main reason was that Setsuna-sama's basic combat style was barehanded. No way. Lol. This Ojaozuma is something else. Lol. Fighting barehanded is more durable? Well, leveling up seems to be synonymous with becoming superhuman, I guess. Saying that bare fists are more cost-effective is like a barbarian's logic. Carlin explaining the evolution of her combat style generated even more excitement in the comments section. I mean, it's a bit late to be saying this, but Carlin Ojaozuma casually mentioning that she doesn't have money is hilarious. She couldn't even afford beginner-level weapons. Could it be that Carlin-sama is just an ordinary student? Some people have been speculating that for a while now. Well, even beginner-level weapons can be quite expensive, especially for regular students. Well, considering that life is at stake, even a normal student would need some initial investment if they decide to become an explorer. If they allow miners to cash in materials, then Carlin-sama's case is ridiculous. But if they did that, desperate kids from poor families or with abusive parents might end up taking extreme risks. Even dungeon specialist lawyer Mitsuharuki-tan mentioned that in his explanatory videos. Well, once you go down that path, it might not be practical to allow miners to cash in materials. Well, for now, it's still prohibited, right? So, what's Ojaozuma's plan? Oh right, that's true. She mentioned there's a loophole. Is it really safe? As Carlin continued to gather materials, the comments looped back to the initial question. How was Carlin, a miner, planning to utilize drop items that couldn't be taken out of the dungeon? It was a concern that had resurfaced among the viewers. Just at that moment, Carlin spoke up. Carlin: phew, I think I have enough materials for now. Carlin looked content as she peered into bags separated by the type of drop items she had collected. Carlin: now, as an underage individual, I can't take unprocessed drop items out of the dungeon, so I'll be processing them here. As a preliminary step before using my crafting skill in earnest, I'll start by detoxifying the sheep killer's fur. With that announcement, she dumped the collected drop items into a water source in the middle layer of the dungeon and began processing them right there. Chapter 26. There are holes in the law, too. Huh? Wait a minute. Where is she doing this from? LOL. Seriously, what's wrong with this delinquent Ojaozuma? Does this mean she's processing the materials inside the dungeon because she can't take them out? Karen: that's right. Processing them thoroughly within the dungeon allows me, even as a miner, to do this completely legally. No way. Is she serious? Is she actually saying this, not just Karen Ojaozuma's imagination? Is it really legally okay to process them inside the dungeon? Even before the law, is it even physically possible to process items inside the dungeon? Hey, is this really okay? Won't this turn into a confession video for a crime? Ojaozuma, are you serious? You sound so confident, but is it really legal? Karen's bizarre actions and statements led to a frenzy of comments. Among the confusion, a comment from an unexpected source appeared. Admits Haruki Takashi lawyer, well, I specialize in dungeon-related law, and processing the items privately, apart from buying and selling, is completely legal for minors. However, in reality, It's a bit close to illegal in terms of nuance, as nobody ever anticipated minors doing something like this. Knowledgeable Ojaozuma. Wait, isn't this the account of the dungeon lore expert? What's going on? Mitsurugi-sensei. Mitsurugi lawyer with 800,000 subscribers? Well, it's unlikely that anyone involved with dungeons hasn't checked Karen-sama by now, but this is still surprising. Karen, wow, a specialist, indeed. I'll make your comment stand out. During her material gathering, Karen, with over 100,000 viewers by now, seemed to have attracted the attention of a well-known legal expert. Karen was delighted and pinned the expert's comment to make it more visible. Seriously, is it really okay? Why? Well, I guess they realized there's no point in making a law against something that no one can do, huh? I mean, why make a law against flying in the air or running at over 100 kilometers per hour when nobody can do it? There really are loopholes in the law, huh? Admits Sarugi Takashi lawyer. Seriously, it's okay? Why? Admits Sarugi Takashi lawyer. To be precise, there are no regulations regarding processed items because at the dungeon exit, the detectors cannot distinguish whether the equipment made from dungeon materials was processed inside the dungeon or not. Admits Sarugi Takashi lawyer. Also, the dungeon entrance detectors react to equipment made from drop items, such as furniture in this case. So, if processing items were outlawed, they could arbitrarily enforce the law and take equipment from minors. Hence, the Dungeon Explorers Guild negotiated with the government during the legislative process to address this, admits Sarugi Takashi lawyer. In practice, such arbitrary enforcement is highly unlikely, but once a law is in place, amending it is difficult. During the early days of dungeon occurrences, there were many disputes between explorers and the government, leading the Explorers Guild to be quite sensitive during negotiations. The result is the lawful delinquent Ojaozuma you see now. I see. A lawful delinquent, LOL. Is it really legal, unlawful? Well, the most incomprehensible thing here is that Karen-sama can actually carry out this unlawful act. It's a perfect method, isn't it? Ignoring the fact that processing materials inside a dungeon is extremely reckless. But even if it's legal, monsters won't just stand by while she processes things, right? Monsters are already coming to her as she's talking. Karen grew. Even as viewers found solace and astonishment in the legality of the situation, a real threat was approaching Karen. Despite her ability to navigate the middle layer without spilling a drop of tea, processing a large amount of materials while fending off monsters was still reckless. However, everyone believed this until Karen. Oh, this is how you do it. At her feet, among the monsters she had recently defeated and whose drops have not yet been absorbed by the dungeon, Karen dragged a bone, crushed it to an appropriate size, and sent it flying with a flick of her thumb. Karen, take that back, hun. The bone fragment launched from her thumb knocked the approaching monster on its head from a distance. Chapter 27 Carlin Yamada's processing skills. While in the middle of processing materials gathered for crafting a sofa inside the dungeon, monsters started to approach Carlin. With a triumphant expression, Carlin had already defeated one monster earlier by launching bone fragments at a distance. This way, I can safely continue my work inside the dungeon without damaging the materials in progress. However, due to the monsters being absorbed by the dungeon, the corpses I leave behind tend to disappear rather quickly. So, occasionally, I attract monsters like this. Crunch. The head of the dungeon boar vanished, and its neatly preserved body crumbled on the spot. Yes, replenishing bones like this by defeating monsters nearby from time to time is the trick. She dragged bones from the dungeon boar's body as she spoke and then crushed them. With her ammunition replenished in this manner, Carlin once again used her thumb to shoot bone fragments, crushing the heads of approaching monsters from a distance. All the while, she continued processing the gathered materials. LOL. She's too strong. This long-range attack is way better than any magic skill. Well, to be fair, she had a dungeon boar cannon. She says it's a trick, but no one else can do this. A bone to pick. LOL. Guillotine confirmed. She's beyond a brute, beyond a brainless brute. She's truly Carlin Ojaozuma. So elegant, As a viewer Ojaozuma, I'm horrified. This is more like forcing her way through, even beyond brute force. As comments poured in, questions were raised in the chat. Admits Saruki Takashi lawyer, I have a pure question. How did Kala no Jaozuma discover this hidden technique, allowing her, as a minor, to use and carry dungeon materials completely processed and for private use? Kalin-sama isn't an ordinary person. She's extraordinary. Even so, there's no way Kala no Jaozuma could have figured this out on her own. The viewer Rojaozuma collectively tilted their heads in response to this question. Kalin, with a hint of pride, continued her work. Well, you see, I have a reliable best friend. They taught me how I could use my processing skill even as a minor, saying, this way, Kalin can utilize her skills. That's how I got here. Ah, I see, so she had an advisor. Her best friend is amazing. Very competent, but definitely not a normal person. Birds of a feather, huh, admits Saruki Takashi lawyer. Wait, who is that person? They're Kala no Jaozuma's best friend, so they must be a student, right? I'd love to have them at our firm. Kalin-sama isn't an ordinary person, after all. She's an extraordinary person. To be honest, the general public could never have found such a loophole. Kalin's fans were left pondering the nature of her best friend, who possessed knowledge beyond that of ordinary people. Well, it's always nice when friends receive compliments. Yes, that's right. Matthew, my friend and I, have been friends since middle school. I owe a lot to her, especially for helping me start this live stream when I was clueless about machines and the internet. She's helped me in many other ways too. Oh, how sweet. That's nice. It sounds like they have a great friendship. While processing materials during the winter and chatting casually, without revealing personal information about our history with Matthew, Kalin evoked a wave of Yuri vibes in the comments section. After a while, she announced, well, that's about it for the processing. Wait, isn't that too fast? I got so caught up in Kalin-sama's friend talk that I missed it. Kalin-sama is incredibly fast, and her efficiency is impressive. I thought Kalin-sama was incredibly skilled when I saw her Tsukine cosplay, but now I'm convinced she's genuinely talented. The extensive work of processing a large number of dropped items was completed in no time. Now, I'll use my processing skill to finish this all at once. Oh, she's really going to use her processing skill. It's rare to see videos showcasing processing skills, so I'm excited. I wonder what it'll look like. Kalin gathered each material in one place and equipped what looked like a small hammer from her dress. She charged both her hands with an immense amount of magic power. Here we go. Here we go. Bam bam clang. Here we go. Here we go. Bam bam clang. With a rhythmic motion, Kalin moved her hands, and suddenly, bam! Comical smoke enveloped the dropped items, and a luxurious leather sofa appeared. It's complete. The sofa turned out just as I imagined. Huh? What? Why did a giant sofa suddenly appear? Is this from a game's crafting scene? Is this magic? No way. Wait. Isn't this magic? Hey, Kala no Jaozuma. What's going on? Even if it's a processing skill, there should be more steps, right? What? Well, even if you say that. This is how processing skills work. Kalin, while nuzzling the newly created sofa, furrowed her brow in response to the comments' confusion. It's true that, at first, even making a single piece of furniture was quite challenging for me. It was almost as demanding as the processing itself. I needed a lot of tools. Acknowledging the comments, Kalin reminisced about the past, but as I made more and more things, my work speed increased, and eventually, it led to this. So, all you skilled individuals with processing skills who commented, with a bit more practice, I'm sure you'll be able to do the same! Exclamation mark. No, if we could do that, we wouldn't be struggling so much. Well, this. Not only are her fighting skills strong, but her processing skills are also at a level where she can even make furniture. In fact, aren't they far superior to even the masters of the workshops around here? Oh, I see. This must be a dream. That's right. It's a dream. Otherwise it would be strange to have the ability to beat and kill deep-level monsters without getting hurt. and also have processing skills that surpass the heavens. Okay, if you sleep a little longer, you'll wake up. No good. It's possible that Lady Karen's combat skills and processing skills have both gone off the deep end, and the Explorer cluster is starting to go crazy. Is it really that amazing? I'm not sure if this is an appropriate analogy because the methods for acquiring and leveling up each skill are not fully explained, but to put it simply, it's like Otani Hiroshi beating Fujiai Hiroshi and Shogai while maintaining his current performance this season. Lol. Too much of a monster lol. This is the ultimate fusion monster thought up by an elementary school kid. Lol. As expected of Lady Karen. Thinking stops. The things happening with Lady Karen are so crazy that she's trending again. Lol. Karen's statement caused an uproar in the comments section. It seems that Karen's past actions have been spreading on social media again, and the number of concurrent viewers has suddenly exceeded 120,000. Well, okay, it's very comfortable to sit on and looks like it's complete. We've made a great sofa. All that's left now is to take it home. Carlin, satisfied with her assessment of the furniture, continued to enjoy her success. In the past week of her live streams, this one had the highest engagement, and her showcase of processing skills was turning out to be a resounding success, despite the confusion. Just then, another comment appeared. Huh? But carrying this giant sofa. Why didn't her previous furniture cause a commotion? A simple yet sincere question from the comments section sparked further confusion. Chapter 28 Carlin Yamada's Failed Creation. Wait, so you're just going to carry this giant sofa like that? Why didn't her previous furniture cause a commotion? Suddenly, this question appeared in the comments, and even the viewers who had been marveling at Carlin's processing skills began to scratch their heads, collectively thinking, wait a minute, why indeed? You know, now that you mention it, how is she planning to carry this massive sofa? Yeah, even though Carlin-sama can easily carry this monstrosity, isn't hiding furniture of this size impossible? Carlin-sama's furniture in her own room is also made from dungeon materials, right? Both inside the dungeon and in the town. If a child was walking around with furniture this huge, it would definitely go viral. Maybe she secretly takes the materials home and processes them? No, that's impossible with detection devices in place. Carlin Ojaozuma, wouldn't carrying something like that home lead to her home being discovered? Well, that's not a problem at all. Carlin responded confidently to the questions and concerns. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small leather bag. When gathering materials, I use regular bags because it's a hassle to sort them later, but for finished items like this sofa, I can put it in here, and it becomes much easier to carry without drawing attention. She explained as she pressed the opening of the small leather bag against the sofa, and then, shoop. In an utterly implausible turn of events, the sofa, which should have been several hundred times the volume of the small leather bag, was instantly sucked inside. Huh? The comments section came to a complete standstill. It was even more frozen than when Carlin had brandished the lower layer boss during her previous stream. Wait. Is something wrong with the signal again? Or is it my phone? This is troublesome. Repair costs are no joke. Amid her puzzled expression and attempts to fix her phone and floating camera, a comment finally trickled in. Could it be, and I'm just speculating here, but is that what they call an item box? Oh, comments are finally flowing again. But yes, you're absolutely right, it's an item box. I made it using my skill, Divine Artisan. Huh? What? The comments section exploded once again. Wait, are you serious? Did she just say she made it? Is she telling the truth? I thought this was a fake video for sure. An item box. Does that even exist? I'd accept it more if they called it an illusion skill that works through the screen. The Explorer community is going crazy. Seriously. This isn't just crazy for explorers. This is beyond the realm of sanity. Even if it's just on the screen, if there's an effect, it's outrageous. Wait, Carlin Ojaozuma, isn't this, like, revealing too much? The comments section was in utter chaos, with viewers trying to come to terms with the revelation. Well, this is certainly unexpected. Carlin, with a smile, responded to the shocked reactions. It's true that a while back, There was a rare monster drop in the depths of the dungeon that had an item box function. The country bought it for several billion, as far as I recall. Oh no. This is too scary to even clip. Is this, like, seriously bad? As expected of Kara no Jauzuma, I can't even believe it exists, let alone that you can create it. If something like this can be made, it would disrupt economies and everything. The viewer's disbelief and astonishment knew no bounds as Carlin casually unveiled her incredible creation, an item box. Oh, no need to apologize at all. It seems I may have caused some misunderstanding, but unfortunately, it's not as incredible as you might think. Due to the fluctuating signal, Carlin, feeling a bit flustered, added some clarification to the flood of comments that suddenly poured in. While it does have a reasonable capacity, and time doesn't pass inside it, as I mentioned before, items created using the Divine Artisan skill can only be used by the creator. So, to be frank, it's a defective product. Huh? Wait, can't others use it, you say? This thing is still incredibly mysterious. And when you say time doesn't pass, what exactly does that mean? In reality, there was a time when I thought about mass-producing these and giving them away as viewer lottery prizes to increase subscribers and viewership, but that plan didn't go smoothly. The monsters that dropped the materials seem to be rare, and I haven't encountered any since then. Also, the restriction that Divine Artisan items can't be used by others proved impossible to overcome. Personally, I consider it a failed attempt. What? A lottery? Isn't that the kind of thing that would lead to secret organizations trying to monopolize it even if they have to annihilate all the viewers? Please don't involve viewers in a terrifying battle royale, trembling voice. This is so scary that I wouldn't even dare to enter the lottery. If Kara no Jauzuma had successfully mass-produced these successes, there's a slight chance that it might have sparked a world war, centered around Japan. Again, your expressions are quite exaggerated. Carlin chuckled, rolling her eyes. While I do take pride in creating something rare and extraordinary, compared to the item boxes you see in Dungeon Alive anime, it doesn't even come close in terms of performance. This kind of magic item would probably be considered ordinary for top-tier explorers. Not even close. Are you kidding? You guys always exaggerate things on the internet. As expected, it's not our responsibility, right? Ever since Kara no Jauzuma was tricked by Fistfuck, she doesn't easily believe internet comments anymore. The crimes of Fistfuck commenter just increased by 1. I bet commenter-san, who is the war criminal, never imagined that such a monstrous being would emerge from his stupid dirty jokes. Well, to be honest, information about dungeons and explorers floating around on the internet, especially information about the upper echelons, is generally not trustworthy. So I can understand the misunderstandings, but still, please don't use anime as your reference point. Dungeon interior processing and exploiting materials from miners as trending topics and item box instantly becoming the #1 trend is hilarious. Well, if she presents something this world-changing, admits Saruki Takashi lawyer, I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything at all. I absolutely haven't seen something like this. It's not as if Kara no Jauzuma possesses an incredibly dangerous item that allows her to freely remove items from the dungeon and is beyond the scope of current laws, and that others can't interfere with. Mitsuharuki-sensei broke down. Yep, if a currently practicing lawyer saw something like this, he'd go insane. This is clearly a case for checking san values with herbs. Carlin-sama. Seriously, did you make that yourself? I mean, what kind of monster dropped materials that could create something like that? As for the materials? Let me see. I only encountered it once, so I don't remember it very well, but it was some sort of huge and vague, powerful creature. Kara no Jauzuma is at a level that certifies her as strong, isn't she? Could it possibly be on the level of deep layer bosses or something like that? Surely not. Deep layer bosses are opponents that even the country's strongest clans join forces to challenge, but no matter how much you have the Divine Artisan skill, you still need deep level materials to create an item box, right? I don't get it. I really don't understand what Carlin-sama is saying. Hey, Kara no Jauzuma. Could it be that you're hiding other items, like weapons or equipment on the level of an item box? Are you sure it's safe? Comments in the live chat were more focused on discussing the possibilities of Carlin having other incredible items stored away. Observing the chat's excitement, Carlin thought to herself, this must be the peculiar humor of the internet, and continued, oh, but it's true that this item box comes in handy for keeping half-eaten cakes delicious, as you all mentioned. If it was something anyone could use, it could lead to conflicts. Hee, it's so down to earth, it's hilarious. This is the kind of idea that makes you think. You could probably play tag on the deck of an Aegis ship. Carlin Ojauzuma is so cute. Thoughts shutting down. This is the true Carlin Ojauzuma. Thoughts abandoned. All the explorer enthusiasts and dungeon item research institutions worldwide must be grinding their teeth. An item box that only such a carefree girl can interfere with. Well, at least it didn't lead to a full-blown catastrophe. If something like this were mass-produced and available for others, it would break the world. Carlin enjoyed reading the comments, finding them amusing, and added, well, in any case, I'm glad I made a nice piece of furniture. With this comfy sofa, I can do long home broadcasts without a problem. With a cheerful smile, she stored the new sofa in her item box and returned. As a result of the extraordinary content of this live stream, despite its relatively short duration, Carlin recorded an impressive 250,000 concurrent viewers. Various highlight videos quickly gained millions of views. Carlin-related words monopolized the top 10 trending words, and her channel's subscriber count increased by another 1.8 million in just one day. By the way, on a later date, Carlin was summoned to the Explorer Association Guild and had to answer a lot of questions about her item box. But that's another story. I see. The secret behind Carlin's absurd live stream. For a while now, the nuisance streamer Kaja had been holed up in his room, tirelessly trying to uncover the secrets of her strength. He was shocked but also filled with determination as he seemed to have found a clue to his investigation. Chapter 29 Bulletin Board Part 4 Anonymous Bulletin Board Chat 1. Isn't this way too dangerous? 2. She's a real monster. 3. Seriously? I've probably heard the phrase monster a million times, but the fact that such a beast has been doing live streams and stayed hidden for a year is a miracle. 4. Another thread about Carlin Ojauzuma. I thought things had calmed down recently, but today it's all over the place. Well, with all that's happened, I guess it can't be helped. 5. With that level of strength, she has crafting skills, processes dungeon resources even as a minor, and on top of that, she declared she created her own item box. The world was shaken, and for sure, it's going to be all about Ojauzuma for a while. 6. I haven't been left speechless like this since I saw real-time footage of a dungeon collapse 10 years ago. 7. It was mentioned in the chat during the stream, but if Ojauzuma has hidden magical equipment on the level of an item box, she might be stronger than the top tier of Black Tiger or White Knight, right? 8. I wonder about that. Even at 16, being stronger than the top players of 2 major clans in Japan. 9. I mean, it might not be that extreme, right? It's impressive that she took down Jiro and defeated a deep-level monster, but top explorers can probably do that too, and her equipment is top-notch. 10. Well, regardless of whether she's stronger than the top players of the 2 major clans, there's no doubt she's at the top level in Japan. Her level must be around 2000 or so. 11. I've never seen a conclusion in these discussions like this. 12. Well, true top explorers don't reveal their secrets during streams, and dungeon streamers take a lot of safety precautions. With no accurate information about their combat abilities, discussions about their strength are pretty much pointless. 13. The Vomit Princess being called the strongest among the young is just a public estimate based on her solo streams and extrapolation from the floors she's reached. 14. There are also public events held in the vicinity of the dungeon for entertainment, but hardly anyone reveals their secret techniques there. 15. Well, strong explorers naturally don't reveal their information, but does Carlin Ojauzuma's recognition seem a bit off because of that? 16. She seriously said, Nothing special about the item box yesterday. 17. We can't strongly argue about the strength of explorers when accurate information about the top explorers or what's beyond the deep layers is lacking. 18. Even with entertainment events around the dungeon, there's barely anyone who reveals their true capabilities. It's a common occurrence. 19. But Carlin Ojauzuma seems to have her standards for monsters and explorers based on an anime, Dungeon Alive, right? 20. So, Carlin-sama might be soloing her way to the deep abyss and beyond, saying, "This is normal, huh?" 21. That's a bit much, lol. The deep abyss and beyond are places where even the strongest clans in the country would retreat in defeat. 22. Well, during dungeon streams, they talk while strategizing, so they take extreme safety measures. Our favorite streamer's actual strength and the highest floor they've reached are often much deeper than we think. 23. Moreover, Carlin Ojauzuma dresses up and solos the lower floors without taking any damage. It wouldn't be surprising if she ventured into territories beyond our imagination. 24. But venturing into the abyss and beyond is a bit of a stretch, right? She's not the unified queen of Africa. 25. She did unify multiple African nations single-handedly. 26. That's got to be an exaggeration, like those stories of exaggerated heroics and conquests by dictators. 27. However, when you watch Carlin Ojauzuma's streams, it's not entirely false. 28. In reality, various countries' military forces use the level acquired in dungeons as a measure of their combat strength, right alongside the number of tanks and fighter jets they have. Even if not everyone is an explorer, with 8 billion people, there might be a few who could topple a nation. 29. The rumor that extraordinary explorers like that exist in each country, and that governments go out of their way to keep them happy, is quite persistent. 30. That's leaning towards conspiracy theories. 31. Plus, these kinds of discussions would be more elegant in a different thread. 32. By the way, the whole internet is talking about Ojauzuma right now, but is it that big of a deal? She's just 16. And she's soloing the lower levels, taking down enhanced monsters suspected of being in the deep layers, all while wearing a dress, and even doing in-dungeon processing. And her item box can only be used by her. 33. She's beyond a monster, it's a regular thing now. 34. Seriously, it's on the level of Shihei Otani meets Shogai prodigy Fuji Sota. 35. What's really concerning is that Ojauzuma's power could potentially influence Japan's national strength. 36. What's even scarier is the combination of that combat power and the item box. There was a calculation by an expert on Twitter. If Carlin Ojauzuma keeps collecting all dungeon drops at her current streaming pace for a year, she could easily cover about 20% of Tottori Prefecture's tax revenue. 37. LOL. 38. Is Tottori that small, or is Carlin Ojauzuma that insane? 39. Even if it's a prefecture with a population of 500,000, it's still a prefecture, right? 40. Well, the calculation was likely exaggerated for a viral effect, and if she did that, it would likely crash the material market. Still, Carlin Ojauzuma not being able to cash in on those materials would be a massive loss. 41. Carlin Ojauzuma is still 16, right? She can't cash in for another 4 years. 42. Tottori's tax revenue is practically gone. 43. They might have to change the laws just for Carlin Ojauzuma. 44. There's even a story about a famous manga artist who tried to move, and municipal officials came to stop them out of fear of a significant drop in tax revenue. 45. Well, it's not that extreme, but yesterday's stream did leave that kind of impact. 46. Even if a minor joins a party, they can't cash in, right? 47. That's right. So, when a minor joins a clan, they get a high fixed salary with no performance bonuses. In return, they receive knowledge and experience. 48. So, even if Carlin-sama forms a party, it won't matter. I doubt there are people who can join her. There are strict penalties, including license revocation, for parties or clans that significantly increase their income due to the inclusion of a minor. Currently, It seems there's no official way for Carlin Ojauzuma to return dungeon materials to the surface. It seems her in-dungeon processing and personal use of them is the only legal, or illegal, way. 50. Who on earth is that friend who whispered such a loophole to Miss Carlin? Mr. Mitsurugi, the lawyer, must be really interested in it too. 51. But seriously, there's no other loophole, huh? So, if an adult explorer teams up with Miss Carlin and they find rare items, they won't be able to take them home. And that's hilarious. 52. The unidentified drop item dump from the severed foot skeleton caused an uproar in the explorer community. LOL. 53. That's right. Considering their rarity and the value as first-time discoveries, it's not strange if they're worth 8 figures in yen. 54. Even I, who isn't part of the explorer community, was like, whoa, when I heard that. 55. Dungeon material researchers must be going nuts between their sense of ethics and their desire for research. A new rare material. But I can't let an underage kid bring it back. 4 more years of patience. It's a hilarious dilemma between reason and curiosity. 56. That person is something else. LOL. 57. Those cheeky comments from Miss Carlin, like please tell me right now where you're lurking. I don't want to meet Carlin-sama in real life, but I want those dropped items. Had me laughing. 58. Oh, I just had an idea. What if someone enters the dungeon separately from Miss Carlin and just happens to be nearby during a battle? Then they could pick up the items Miss Carlin dropped before the dungeon absorbs them. 59. A triple story plan. 60. In other words, they can pretend not to notice. Is that it? 61. It's someone who will definitely be suspected of taking home materials that don't match their level. 62. Doing it once or twice is one thing, but they'll definitely be suspected midway. 63. It's not that easy to mimic Miss Carlin's outrageous unlawful play, after all. 462. Well, whatever the case, this whole thing is a problem. Dungeon processing, item boxes. It's like we need to study Dungeon Alive just to predict Miss Carlin's future streams. I was on edge throughout yesterday's processing skill reveal stream. 463. I got a little sweaty from the moment the item box was introduced too. 464. It's not like a lot of people came up with the same idea, but the original manga of Dungeon Alive has been topping various ebook stores' rankings for a while now. LOL. 465. Seriously, it's true. LOL. 466. They're even rebroadcasting the anime version of Dungeon Alive on various video sites now. It used to be only on that video site with the fist fight comments. LOL. 467. They're quick to seize the moment. LOL. 468. There's practically no one in the comments sections on any site except Miss Carlin. 469. The tags for Miss Carlin's rounds are hilarious. 470. I bet the original author of Dungeon Alive knows about Miss Carlin now. 471. They do. Check out the URL to the Twitter account of Mochimoka Tamago Sensei. Tweet: why has Dungeon Alive suddenly been booming everywhere lately? Reply: it's this child's doing, Sensei. Link to the video. Reply: Sensei's work has created a monster. 472. LOL. 473. It's not like Mochimoka Tamago Sensei's work created a monster, huh? 474. Miss Carlin is a monster regardless of Mochimoka Tamago Sensei's work. 475. If anything, Mochimoka Tamago Sensei is the hero who gave a monster a sense of ethics. 476. Miss Carlin can't think of any counter-arguments, it seems. 477. Why, though? She's just a good kid doing crazy things. 478. Well, it's because the things she's doing are crazy. 479. Yeah, the moment when Miss Carlin's in-dungeon antics are no longer crazy is when she's gone too far. 480. Alright. As a token of gratitude for giving birth to such a crazy streamer, I'm going to binge read all volumes of Mochimoka Tamago Sensei's Dungeon Alive from start to finish. Chapter 30 Commemorating Monetization and Visitors. About a week had passed since the live demonstration stream of her processing skill. On the way home from school one day, Carlin let out a deep sigh. If one were to ask what had happened, it was this: reaching a new record of 250,000 concurrent viewers in last week's processing skills stream was fantastic. But what happened afterward was quite a challenge. I never expected to be summoned by the Explorers Association Guild because of the item box. Yes, after that, Carlin was summoned by an organization known as the Explorers Association Guild. The reason, of course, revolved around the item box. The Explorers Association Guild was a sub-organization under the Dungeon Bureau, comprised of former explorers and government officials. Their role was as diverse as agricultural cooperatives, but mainly included supporting explorers, managing dungeon entries and exits, and overseeing the purchase and distribution of materials. Therefore, neglecting something like the item box, which could disrupt the flow of dungeon resources or challenge the principle that miners couldn't convert materials into cash, was not an option. So, the guild had promptly arranged a hearing with Carlin to inquire about everything she had shown during her stream. It was a public institution that Carlin hadn't visited much since obtaining her license. She had exhausted herself during the formal questioning. However, the real difficulty was not Carlin. It's real. It's a real item box. This can't be a joke, right? If it's derived from the artisan skill, it should be fine, but the guild must ensure that no one else can interfere, no matter what. Well then, does that mean you'll cooperate with improving this item box that only I can interfere with? If someone else can interfere, no matter how they do it, it'll be a significant hint for improvement. This is a great opportunity to overcome the godsmith skills others cannot use. Limitation. Huh? Is something wrong? Damn it. Top-class explorers are all like this, but this one is on a completely different level. It's even more apparent in person than through the screen. Such an exchange had occurred, and the guild staff realized that dealing with Carlin was almost like poking a hole in their stomach. I felt like I was being looked at with eyes that said, "I'm seeing a crazy person," and they even made me overjoyed. Just remembering it is tiring. It's understandable that they're cautious because with an item box, it seems you can bypass detectors and take materials out. But I'll take my leave now. Carlin pouted slightly. Well, I thought they were calling from the guild when the phone rang, but the hearing ended almost immediately. I wonder what that was all about. And it's strange that I received a call from Maffa right at the same time. She's always had a good sense for these things. It was a bit of a mysterious turn of events, and Carlin tilted her head. Anyway, it's over now. Rather than that, I need to change my mood quickly. After all, today is a special anniversary for my channel. Monetization celebration, elegant chit-chat with Yamada. Carlin, tonight we feast. As soon as she arrived home, Carlin made various preparations. She then sat down on her brand new sofa and started the home stream she had previously announced. Good day, everyone. It's time for Yamada Carlin's elegant home stream. Good day. Congratulations on monetization. You finally got monetized. It took so long because of the rapid increase in subscribers. It's funny. As soon as the stream started, comments celebrating her monetization poured in. Thanks to her advance notice on her social media with over 1.5 million followers, it seemed that many had been waiting even before the stream began. Concurrent viewers quickly reached 30,000 and then 40,000, increasing rapidly. A far cry from what one might expect from a home stream. As I announced in the stream title, my application for monetization has been approved. Thanks to all of you who supported and spread the word. I really appreciate it. Crunch. Carlin playfully cracked a cracker she had prepared and smiled, but that wasn't all she had prepared. So, as I announced in the stream title, I've prepared a lavish dinner to celebrate today. We'll enjoy this while we chat. Carlin smiled widely as she showed the prepared dinner on the screen. The menu consisted of freshly cooked rice, miso soup, stir-fried pork and bean sprouts, and a few strawberries for dessert. Is this for real? I don't mean to make fun, but really? Oh my. Today I couldn't help but splurge. Not just regular priced meat, but a shiny dessert as well. So, I can't wait any longer. Let's dig in together since I'm sure all of you have a celebratory drink prepared. Ah, this meat fried with a slightly expensive barbecue sauce is so delicious. Piggy emoji. Wah, I kinda figured from your previous streams, but you're really just a struggling student, huh? I thought this was an act to garner sympathy, but you're genuinely all smiles. It's hilarious. This celebration menu is the pretending to be poor vibe. It's impressive. Looks like it's a feast drawn by an underpaid animator. She's eating so fast, it's crazy. She's eating like a starving stray dog. It's a miracle that she became such a successful explorer in this nutritional state. Seriously, the country should allow minors to cash in. Maybe make it exclusive to accomplished individuals who passed a challenging exam. Well, for now, it's good that the young lady can earn an income. 10,000 yen. Okay, let's start eating. 20,000 yen. They'll grow big. Within the limits of not destroying the world. Boa. As soon as that red super chat came on screen, Carlin dramatically wiped her mouth with the food she was chewing. After all, it was a super chat that exceeded 10,000. It was a high-priced donation, often referred to as a red spar. It came. It really came. 50,000 yen. Thank you. 50,000 yen. Licking the screen. 50,000 yen. The quick return to viewers is helpful. 1,000 yen. Perverted rich young ladies, go home. 5,000 yen. 3 people are pouring the maximum amount into this crazy super chat. Lol. Is that so? 50,000 yen is a lot of money. Even though she had some expectations, Karen screamed at the top of her lungs in response to the sudden flurry of high-value super chats. I'm very happy to receive super chats. But, proceeds to start crying. The realism is overwhelming. Too realistic, lol. They were sticking out a little bit just now, lol. 10,000 yen. No joke. It was more impressive than a dungeon boss and I cried, thank you. 5,000 yen. Replying to @Sarah_McDonald's @Sarah_McConnell. 10,000 yen. That's not the sort of thing you'd expect to hear coming from someone who calls themselves a young lady, lol. 10,000 yen. This is a pressure that you can't present if you're just pretending to be a struggling student. 50,000 yen. Lady Carlin. For some of us viewers, this amount is pocket change. 10,000 yen. It's not pocket change for us. But Lady Carlin, please eat your fill with this. To us, it's not a waste of money at all. 20,000 yen. I can't watch such an interesting stream for free. Also, Lady Karen's eating habits were worse than I expected. So please, eat as much as you want with this. Seeing a struggling young person's dining situation becomes unbearable as we get older. Wow, no, I never meant that. What do you mean? I prepared this luxurious dinner to celebrate. Look. Please take a good look. Such a lavish dinner with meat and dessert. So why is this happening? Wait, everyone, seriously, please calm down. 10,000 yen. I mean, I really meant that this is a feast. It makes sense in a way. Well, I won't deny it's a feast for Carlin-sama. 10,000 yen. It was more shocking in a way than when we found out about the item box. 50,000 yen. And there's a kind of nutrition that you can only get from streamers who go crazy with red spars like this. 20,000 yen. Hee hee. That's why I can't stop sending high-value super chats to a newbie streamer. Seriously, eat your fill. 5,000 yen. This is what rich young ladies with too much money do for fun, huh. 10,000 yen. Oh, the concurrent viewers are at 90,000. 10,000 yen. Congratulations on hitting 90,000 concurrent viewers during a casual chat stream. 5,000 yen. 90,000 concurrent viewers and this number and amount of super chats are insane. What? Carlin was now in a full-blown panic as the high-value super chats kept coming in relentlessly, entering the realm of absurdity. This phenomenon was known as a Red Spar Festival and only happened on channels of well-known streamers. To an outside observer, it might seem envy-inducing or great for creating excitement, but when it happened to you, it was an overwhelming event that made strange fluids gush out from every part of your body. The fact that there were 90,000 concurrent viewers didn't even register with Carlin. What in the world is this? The comments section has been crimson like a river of blood for so long. Wait, This isn't going to be considered a crime, right? Karen was extremely confused and tried to call Mafi for help even though she was still streaming. 50,000 yen at Motomoti. Congratulations on monetization. I apologize for the suddenness, but I'm Mochimoki Tamago, the artist who worked on the original manga for Dungeon Alive. Red spaghetti started to flow, destroying Karen's brain. This message was yet another red super chat, and it would prove to be the one that pushed Carlin over the edge. End of Volume 1.